What up, everybody? Welcome to Chip and Zay here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. I am your boy, Zay Collier, again at cracking on this lovely Thursday in Austin, Texas. No Chip Brown today. Chip will be back next week. Him and his lovely wife are taking a little vacay, which, I got to give Chip some shit because, bro, what a time to take a vacation. It's not like the women's basketball team aren't in the Final Four or anything. It's not like we have a big time SEC baseball matchup coming into town with Georgia being here. But my man Chip works hard. He's been in the game a long time. I'm sure Illinois is letting him know, bruh, we got to take a little vacay sometime soon because her birthday just came and went and they haven't really celebrated that. So we understand here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. But coming in.
Yeah, y'all kicked Bucky off the other day. Y'all kicked Bucky off the show the other day. So, I get it.
Yeah, that's the voice of the owner and operator of the Horn Takes podcast, my man Sean Redfern, jumping in, coming in from the bullpen, doing a great job per usual. Love having Sean on. He does a terrific job. But Sean, how you doing, my guy?
I'm doing great, man. Today is my Friday. We're excited. We'll be headed down to Austin tomorrow to partake in game one of that Georgia and Texas matchup. And then we're going to do, if the weather permits, we're going to do that Texas two-step in country music festival thing up in Georgetown on Saturday and Sunday. So yeah, we'll be in town for a lot of stuff happening in Austin this weekend. So yeah, man, we're excited.
All right.
Good to fill in. I'll try my best to be a Chip Brown if I can, but
no, we appreciate it, man. So where do you reside now?
Man, I live in Lubbock, Texas, man. We lived in yeah. So it's hell for me to get anywhere. If you've ever been to Lubbock, it's hard to get there. So it's certainly hard to get away from there.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, we've been up here since 2014. We used to live up near Fort Hood, so just north of Austin is where we were at for, man, probably 13, 14 years before that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I could dig it. You know, man, if it wasn't for tech, Lubbock be a wonderful place.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
I think sports game tech, the universities, it's a pretty nice campus, and if the people aren't at a sports game in Lubbock, they're pretty nice people generally. But man, they flip a switch when they go into the Jones or the basketball arena or that baseball field, man, and they turn from nice people to nasty people real quick.
Yeah. And I appreciate that. You know what I'm saying? That's what makes college sports awesome and incredible. The fact that they have diehard fans like that.
Do.
And I always call Tech fans they're not even little brother. We'll save that for A&M. Tech's that ignorant ass cousin that thinks he's the shit, that just always around, that pushes your buttons, and is again basketball with Texas Tech, unbelievable. Grant McCaslin did a hell of a job this year, taking that team to the Elite Eight. We know they love throwing money around Tech with their NIL situations and all the oil and things up there. And, they got the show Landman out that's representing West Texas. Taylor Sheridan bringing Billy Bob Thornton and John Hamm in the mix, which, you can see Jerry Jones, one of Jerry Jones' best performances, which
it was actually in the show.
Yeah, Jerry, he deserves Oscar. That's Oscar worthy. What I saw Jerry do up there on Landman. So yeah, besides Tech, man, Lubbock, pretty cool place. But jam-packed show today on this Thursday. A lot to get into. Again, appreciate everybody for rocking with us here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. All the fans, all the viewers, subscribe, get the app, whatever you have to do. Appreciate our amazing sponsors for allowing us to do what we do. Leaf Landscape Supply, Cover 3, OLIPOP, McCall Custom Homes, Woods Comfort Systems, 34 Wine and Spirits, Syntex Tickets, Audio-Visual Consultations, Salt Traders, Coastal Cooking, Covert Bee Cave, and Altstadt Brewery. But Sean, just gonna get a couple of updates and announcements today. Talking a little bit of Texas basketball right here because Tremont Mark is coming back for a 6th season in college basketball, 2nd season here at the University of Texas. I think that is a huge get. I thought Tremont Mark, he wasn't necessarily put in the best situations under Rodney Terry this last year, but when he was towards the end and they put the ball in his hands as the point guard, you really saw Texas thrive, even though it was too little too late. So Tremont Mark, who went into surgery for some reason yesterday, I know he was banged up toward the end of the year, but big get for Sean Miller and this coaching staff, keeping Tremont Mark. It seems like Kendall Weaver is sticking around. You heard Dick Cody is sticking around. They just got Dalen Swain in the transfer portal from Xavier, being a former Sean Miller player and following Sean Miller to the ATX. So, getting Tremont Mark, I think Texas fans will always have a special place in their heart for him with the shot that he made against Texas A&M at the Mood earlier in the season. And yeah, I think this is a solid get. I think it's a solid guy to keep here at the 40 acres, and we'll see where this coaching staff goes from here.
Yeah, I think it's always good to keep guys around if you can, just so you have guys. I mean, like these basketball recruiting classes not big. There's obviously multiple schools out there all vying for what's in the transfer portal. Some of what's out there just can't help you anyway. That's just the reality of it. There's a lot of guys that do go in the portal that will land places, and there's a lot of guys that go in the portal that won't land places. So if you got guys that you can retain, I think that's great. I think I saw something the other day. Maybe you can help me with this, Zay. It looked like Sean Miller was looking at maybe keeping some of the staff that's already here at Texas and bringing some of his staff that was at Xavier, kind of like doing the blended family thing where you can bring some new folks in because they're comfortable, but you can also keep some folks around that are comfortable in Austin, have been around Austin, can help you retain players. Is that what's kind of happening, or do we even know at this point? Again, I don't follow the basketball as close as everything else, but I know I saw that.
Yeah, 100%. Sean Miller's bringing in his guys, or already brought in some of his assistants from Xavier, Adam Cohen, David Miller, and Ryan Anderson. And he kept Chris Ogden, which is a big deal. Chris Ogden, I want to say, was the general manager, and I think he'll still be, fulfilling those duties here at Texas, him being an alum from, I think from East Texas, but again, him playing for Texas under Rick Barnes in the early 2000s, Chris Ogden definitely knows what the burnt orange is all about. So that's a big deal, keeping him here. And that segues to another update today. Texas is bringing back Uric Malaghy, who was a part of Chris Beard's staff a couple of years ago. Uric Malaghy went off to Kansas State with Jerome Tang, and now he's coming back to be under Sean Miller and his staff, which I also think is a really good get, because Uric Malaghy, he knows the Texas area very well. I mean, when it came to the Forbes under 40 assistant coaches or basketball minds, he was a part of that. So the guy just turned 40. He seems like he's been in Texas for a majority of his coaching career. The last 2 years, he was at Kansas State. Before that, again, he was at UT with Chris Beard. He was with Chris Beard at Texas Tech for a couple of years. He was an assistant at A&M, SMU, U of H, Stephen F. Austin, and UT Arlington. So the guy knows the Lone Star State very well. And for someone like Sean Miller, who's been at Arizona and obviously at Xavier and is a Pittsburgh guy, having somebody in the state that could, understand these kids that come from the Lone Star State and the recruiting and how it works here, that's a big deal. So bringing back Uric Malaghy, I love the hire. I feel like this staff is finally, panning out to what Sean Miller wants it to be. And like you said, Sean, just bringing in some of your guys from Xavier, but also some guys that Texas fans also know about, and Chris Ogden and Uric Malaghy. Sean Miller's going about this the right way. And everybody knows on these airwaves, like, again, Frank Have, Brandon Chappelle, Steve McClain, I know all those guys meant well, but RT shouldn't have got all the blame for what we saw these last few seasons. Like, the assistants, I don't think they reached the level of, I guess, what they could have been at Texas. And there's a reason why Sean Miller didn't bring those guys back, which a couple of them were at the press conference. So again, good hires from Coach Sean Miller, and we'll see how the transfer portal continues to go. I mean, they got Dalen Swain in the portal from Xavier, the 6'8" wing who has a tremendous upside. We just mentioned Tremont Mark, just mentioned Nick Cody and Kendall Weaver. Now, where do you go? Because you need size, you need athleticism, you need a certain style of play that Sean Miller likes to throw at his players, which is up and down, intense defense, free-flowing offense. They like to shoot, on fast breaks, get up a lot of threes. So can you find players to match Sean Miller's philosophy? That's the next step on forming this 2026 team. I got a lot of confidence in Sean Miller to do so.
Yeah, I mean, he's done well everywhere he's been, so no reason to think he couldn't do well here. Let me ask you something, Zay. It's always something I've wondered. Do you think it's fair to say that basketball recruiting, do you feel like it's fair to say the grounds in Texas are underrated for basketball recruiting? I feel like there's just an insane amount of basketball players in the state of Texas, and they end up going other places. I don't feel like we tap into that as well as we should, being the University of Texas.
100%. I'll never forget TJ Ford's former high school teammate, Daniel Ewan, and his really good friend. Daniel Ewan's from the Houston area, just like TJ. They played on that Willow Ridge team that went back-to-back state championships in 2000 and 2001. I think in that 2-year span, they only lost one game. So that's the greatest high school basketball team in Texas history, in my opinion. Now, I'm a little biased because I'm a huge TJ Ford fan, but still, show me another and I'll compare it to that Willow Ridge team. But I remember in a TJ Ford documentary or something like that, and they were talking to Daniel Ewan about TJ going to Texas, and Daniel Ewan ended up playing for Mike Krzyzewski at Duke. And Daniel Ewan was wondering for TJ, Texas, why? Why would you go there? It doesn't make any sense. And we all know football's king in the state of Texas. University of Texas, the flagship school, football is king. And for the bigger players, that's hard to fathom. That's hard to, know that, okay, I'm a big time 5-star McDonald All-American type player, yet I'm going to always be in the shadow of football. And some guys don't care. There's the Trey Johnsons of the world, the TJ Fords of the world, Marcus Aldridge from the Dallas area. So again, it's not like guys don't come to Texas, but when you have blue bloods out there like a North Carolina, like a Duke, you look at UConn now, who had McNeely go there, who's from the Dallas area, that just entered the draft this season. That's a long way from Texas, but the history on those programs when it comes to basketball, it makes sense compared to Texas. So I think that some guys, they see that and they're like, oh, it's a football school. And then baseball's next. After that, Sean, with what Augie did, and you got guys like Roger Clemens coming through the program and stuff like that, and just the most trips to Omaha ever for any college program, you could get overshadowed in a way. And I think that Chris Del Conte has done a really good job of making every athletic department the priority, but still, Texas basketball, it still hasn't reached the level that it can. And you look at places like Baylor, who have won national championships or a national championship in basketball. You see U of H, who's playing in the Final Four this weekend. And, they have the 5 Slamma Jamma back in the 80s with Clyde Drexler and Hakeem and stuff. And I saw 2 McDonald's All-Americans the other night that are going to be going to Houston this upcoming fall. So it should be different. I've been asked multiple times why Texas basketball, what's the expectation for Texas basketball? It should be national championships. It should, because these other schools in Texas who don't necessarily have the resources that they do at the 40 acres, they're winning. So why not the Horns? And whether it's the right coach, the right roster, I don't know, but hopefully the Sean Miller era could bring that to the program. And hopefully you could start recruiting in state where these guys don't want to leave and they want to come to the flagship school and they want to, make those connections and have that networking that you get here where you don't get at many places. You know what I'm saying? And Kevin Durant, he's definitely helped with the time that he spent here, that, 8 months that he was here, but the dude gives back. Like, you can't say KD doesn't love the University of Texas. He's always coming back here to work out. Hopefully him and Sean Miller can form a relationship, because him and Kevin Durant and RT had a really good relationship due to Kevin Durant playing under RT when he also played for Rick Barnes. So that's very important. Like, Sean Miller definitely has to tap into the alums and guys that were here before him and understand that, hey, you got to help me bring the program and put it to superstardom like it can be. And if he does that, then I think Texas is in a good place. But we saw Shaka Smart, he didn't necessarily do that enough.
Right.
Like TJ Ford's one thing, but can you bring guys like, Miles Turner and PJ Tucker and LaMarcus Aldridge, just guys that have blood, sweat, and tears here in Austin, Texas? You got to make sure those guys are welcome at all times. Like, that's so important. I think Steve Sarkisian does a hell of a job with that. I always love the alumni game in baseball and just seeing all the old school guys that are now playing in the show and playing in the big leagues come back and be a part of that. Like, that's important. Like, this university, it's very important for a lot of people that came and went here. And again, just building that up is a big deal. If Sean Miller realizes that and makes that a priority, then he should have a lot of success here also.
Yeah, I mean, you look at what Mac Brown did when he got to Texas. That's one of the first things he started focusing on was, how do I get some of these? I mean, you look at the University of Texas football, there is a lot of great football players that have come through that program over the last 50 years that you can tap into, and he did a good job of doing that, because we had guys leaving the state of Texas, some of the best football players in the state of Texas in the 90s, going to Florida State, going to Miami, going to Florida. They weren't staying at home and going to Texas, and he really made it cool to go back to Texas. And to your point, I think if some coach, whether it's Sean Miller or not, somebody in the basketball world can come to Texas and make it cool to come to Texas for Texas basketball players, I think, man, it could be what a lot of people want it to be. I mean, everybody, I talk all the time about, I'm not a big basketball dude, but I guarantee I'd be a big basketball dude if they were playing in the Final Four every few years and going to the Sweet 16 pretty regularly. Everybody would. It's fun to watch winners, and we got to figure out. I think that's the key. And I like what you said about getting the alumni involved, because sports is a lot different than it was 20, 30 years ago.
Yeah. Along
those lines, like, those guys like to show up, like recruits like to show up and see a Vince Young or see a Matthew McConaughey. That's just like cool stuff for those guys. Whereas 30 years ago, it was just like, oh, they got a nice weight room. It was a real hot chick that walked me around and showed me where all my classes would be and this, that, and that. It's different today. I mean, you see it with Steve Sarkisian. They're parking Lamborghinis out there and riding these dudes around in golf car. I mean, I went on recruiting visits, and granted, it wasn't Division I, but it was like, hey man, here's the cafeteria, here's our weight room that ain't as good as your weight room in high school. Here's the coaches, and yeah, man, you want to come? Sure. Like, I just want to play, right? So yeah, so I think tapping into that and figuring that out. But I think the good news for Sean Miller, CDC obviously has his back, and CDC is probably one of the best we've had at like just marketing these programs at the University of Texas, probably since DeLoss Dodds. I think DeLoss Dodds, he probably had some flaws, but he was good at that. He could market his programs. CDC does it well, and you've got Steve Sarkisian and you've got Jim Schlossnagle, on the men's side, that are both really, they understand that. And you pointed it out, and you can see it all the time. They understand you got to get tapped in. And then just some of the other programs as well. You got Vic Schaefer. Vic Schaefer's a guy that, when we were out at Mississippi State, I talked to a ton of their fans, and they mentioned Vic Schaefer like almost to a man. And
Really?
they really think Vic Schaefer's coming back to be their AD one day. He still has a house there in Starkville.
Yeah.
They think that. Now, I have no idea if there's any legs to that or if it's just wishful thinking. But that's what like Mississippi State fans believe. And so whether that's true or not, the point is Texas ladies basketball has a guy with that kind of mindset coaching their basketball team.
Mm-hmm.
And so there's going to be a lot of resources for Sean Miller to tap into and figure out this whole, how do I be at Texas and how do I make it cool for Texas basketball players to come to Texas. So, I'm optimistic, but yeah, and somebody said DeLoss ain't even close to CDC. I would agree with that 1,000%. CDC is the best in the game for sure. But I think you look at the guys we had between DeLoss and CDC. DeLoss was the next up on the list, in my opinion. So anyway, yeah, it'll be cool to see what Sean Miller can put together. I'd be excited to see a team of Texas basketball players go play for Texas and win.
Yeah. And like you said, like it should be a lot easier to recruit in state. Like the talent's ridiculous. Like this isn't just the football state. You know what I'm saying? Like I watch the games for the state championships like every year. Like there's talent everywhere. Mm-hmm. Houston, Dallas, San Antonio, hell, obviously here in Austin too. I mean, you got guys like Jared Allen that have came through the program, Greg Brown that have came through the program. Both of those guys were McDonald's All-Americans. And even though, those guys were one and done type players, keeping guys in state, it should be one of your main priorities if you're Sean Miller when it comes to recruiting. And, you lost the Texas, Kingston Flemons. He was Mr. Basketball here in Texas. Where is he going? San Antonio kid should be coming right up the street, right down I-35 to University of Texas, which they were in the running, but instead he'll probably be at the Alamo Dome watching the team that he committed to and signed with, U of H, to play for Kelvin Sampson. You know what I'm saying? And that hurts. That hurts, but I get it. Like they're in the Final Four. You can't blame a player like Kingston Flemons from the SA area for wanting to go play for that, because Kelvin Sampson is showing you proof that we're developing our guys. You might be somebody that's forgotten about, because Kingston Flemons, he didn't get a call from the McDonald's All-American committee, which was mind-boggling in itself. Like, I don't get how you could be Mr. Basketball in the state of Texas and the state that's this big and not be a McDonald's All-American. That's very weird. Like, I know he's one of the higher or lower ranked 5 stars, which is a oxymoron within itself, but that kid deserved to get a call. That kid deserved to, get that invite to be one of the McDonald's All-Americans, and he wasn't. But Kelvin Sampson, he's known for bringing guys in who might be a 3-star, 4-star, where some of these higher blue blood programs have forgotten about or don't want a part of their program. And he takes them in, he develops them. They're not always one and dones, even though he's had a couple here and there. And he makes it deep in the tournament each and every year. So if Houston could do it, Texas damn sure could do it.
Yeah.
I don't know how or how fast that's going to happen, but clearly Chris Del Conte believes in Sean Miller to get the job done, and Sean Miller has won before. And now I think Arizona's a little different than Texas, even though they have good resources too. I think it's still a little different than Texas, and Xavier definitely different from Texas. We'll see what he could bring together.
Yeah, I mean, I think you look at Arizona, like I would probably say, and this may be crazy, I would say basketball is bigger at Arizona than football. I would say maybe even football is below baseball at Arizona. Depending on how the team is doing. I mean, they've had some good baseball teams in Arizona. So and now you're right. He's coming to a place where he's at best third. And man, you look at some of the ladies teams. I mean, the ladies teams have a lot of support and they're doing well. The softball team is killing it. The basketball team obviously killing it. So you're not only competing against men's sports, you're like competing against all the sports, I feel like. The volleyball program is amazing.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of, there's only so much time in the day, and you can only get so much people's attention during those days. So he's fighting a lot of good programs to get eyes on his program at Texas. So if he can do that well, I think you're right. I think they can bring in guys and maybe turn this thing around and start making Texas basketball what it could be.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. Tremont Mark and Uric Malagi coming back to be an assistant coach under Sean Miller. His time with Chris Beard was brief, went off to Kansas State with Jerome Tang, and now he's back in the ATX. And again, Tremont Mark coming back for his 6th season in collegiate sports, which, how do you feel about that, Sean? Because that's weird. 6 years is a lot. Like, I just saw Sedona Prince from TCU, who was on the Texas roster, I think 2017 to 2018, and she's had injuries and stuff. And again, the COVID year, like, okay, that makes sense. Medical red shirting, that makes sense too. But once we start getting into 6, 7, some guys in college football are on their 8th year. Even though I like Tremont Mark being back and take whatever the NCAA allows you to do, it's still, it's still a lot. It's still
it's crazy. It was funny. Me and Harge had this exact same conversation last night on From the Cheap Seats, our Thursday night show. We did it Wednesday night, but it's our Thursday night show usually. And we had the exact same conversation. We were talking basketball, and I can't remember the men's player that just got granted an 8th year, or maybe it was a 7th year, something crazy. And I just stopped the conversation, and I was like, man, I don't blame the kids. Like, I don't blame the guy. If the NCAA is going to let me play college basketball for 8 years, I'm going to play college basketball for 8 years because I'm not good enough to be in the NBA.
Right.
And you should just accept that, right? Like that, he's not going to do anything in this 8th year or 7th year, whatever it is, that's going to turn some NBA's team's head and get him drafted. And it is what it is, right? It's like the kid from Oklahoma State that's like 30 years old playing quarterback. He's never retiring. As long as they're going to let him play, he's going to play. He's not playing in the NFL. I just hate that the NCAA lets it happen. And what's really weird to me is I don't understand why. I don't understand, like, what keeps one person from playing 7 years that this other person went through. You know what I mean? Like, they just need to have some rules. And I think the one that's been popping up a lot lately is you've got 5 years to play 4, and that's what it should be.
Right.
You get 5 years of college to play 4. Because what are these guys that have been in college for 7, 8 years? What are they doing? What school are they? I mean, it's still college. Do they have 15 degrees in general studies? What are we doing?
Cam Rising, that's the person.
Yeah, that dude's going to be in college forever, man.
Forever. And again, like, it is a touchy subject because the injuries, like, I hear what you're saying on you got 5 years to play 4, but if you get hurt, like Cam Rising's situation, almost every year, and you just keep getting medical red shirts, like, that's where it's such a touchy subject for me.
Yeah.
I want those guys to be able to play those 4 years, but
I mean, so I guess the way I look at it is, if you're giving kids those extra years, you're preserving their opportunity to play at the next level, right?
Mm-hmm.
All these guys that are getting hurt 2 and 3 times and taking all these extra years, how many times has it happened where one of those guys goes to the NFL, or one of those guys goes to the NBA, or one of those guys goes to Major League Major League Baseball? Hell no. Those baseball teams, if you're over 23 or 24, you're done, because they know it takes. Even if you've played 2 or 3 years of college baseball at the elitist of levels, most guys don't just jump right to Major League Baseball. They're not going to contribute to that team for another 2 or 3 years, probably.
Right.
So they're not bringing in no grandpa, 27, 28-year-old guys. Yeah. I mean, in sports world, you're 28, you're a grandpa kind of, especially if you're starting out, right? So yeah, the intent, I think, is to preserve that opportunity, but most of these guys don't have their opportunity. And I kind of look at it like I would look at my kids and just say, man, you need to start your life. Like, you need to move on and start your life, because man, you're almost 30.
Mm-hmm.
Go get a job. And that's available to those guys. I mean, you know it. People that go to these big athletic programs, and as long as they don't mess up, there's a big network of people that are willing to help those guys out once they're done with school, if professional sports doesn't work out with them, or work out for them rather. So yeah, man, I get it. That's why I think there has to be a black and white rule, because now you got this kid at Tennessee that transferred from where the hell did he transfer from? I forgot what college he transferred from on the baseball team. Transferred to Tennessee. He's kind of along those same lines as Pavia at Vanderbilt, who the NCAA did give another year, but they're not letting this other dude play this year.
Yeah.
And if the rule was just the rule, you wouldn't have to have. There wouldn't be there wouldn't be any argument about it. Like, this is the rule, and it's the same for everybody. That's where the NCAA gets themselves in trouble.
Right. No, I hear you. And the Diego Pavia situation is interesting. He's, taking advantage of the new junior college rule where you could play 2 years in JUCO, and it used to be that 2 years is a part of the 4 years of eligibility that you get for JUCO and the NCAA. They changed that. Now you could play 2 years of JUCO and still have 4 extra years to play in an NCAA D1 type of environment. So, Steve Sarkisian, he's already come out and said that he doesn't like that rule. Like, guys are getting too old, but I'm sure Steve Sarkisian, if he could, with the rules given to him, he's going to take advantage of them too.
Well, you have to. Like, regardless of how you feel about it, look at Dabo Swinney. He spent like the last 3 years just with his feet dug in about the transfer portal. And you saw what happened to Clemson football. It kind of fell off a little bit. And now he's like, okay, I don't like this, but I've got to play the game if I want to have a successful football program. So you're starting to see him dabble in that a little bit. And he's going to have to win. And so other teams are going to do it. And again, that's why I don't like that. We just keep expanding like what's acceptable. And I'm not a huge fan of that necessarily. I mean, I think everything should be fair, and we should be fair to all parties involved in all of this. But you can't just keep making it like this wide open Wild West thing and expect everybody to go along for the ride. It's just I don't know. I mean, I feel like if you keep going too hard, you're going to lose fans, and then you're going to start to see the opposite of what you're trying to do, which is grow the sport, right?
Right. And I really don't know how Trayvon Mark was given an extra year, because he wasn't a part of the COVID season that got canceled in 2020. Like, he came along.
Nobody else probably knows that, and I think that's the problem we're talking about. Yeah. It's like anything else that's sort of subjective. One person looks at it, stamp it. Yep, they got that year. A different person looks at it. No, he's out, denied. Right. And there's no basis for any of it.
Yeah. I mean, as far as Trayvon Mark goes, I'll take it. If the NCAA says he could come back, bring his ass back, because Texas, they need all the help they could get. I think Trayvon Mark's a really, really solid player that, again, wasn't put in the right situations to be successful this past year. But out of the 5 years that he's been playing college basketball, 2 years at Houston, 2 years at Arkansas, this last year at Texas, that final year at Arkansas, he was averaging 16 points a game, shooting 48% from the field, 80% from the free throw line. So if Sean Miller can, discover that Trayvon Mark, then I think Texas is really bring that out. Yeah, bring that out of them. I think Texas is in really good shape. So, Sean, this gives us a good segue, because I saw an interesting interview come up on my X/Twitter feed. Grambling State head coach Mickey Joseph, he had something interesting to say about the transfer portal and how he thinks things should be handled. Check this out.
We understand. We understand. I think the kids understand if they're here and if they're sophomores and they have a big year and a group of five or a power five approach them and they have the finances to pull them out of there and I can't match the finances, then you know what? They're going to go. That's part of it. Coach has been doing it for years. So we shouldn't get mad as coaches when these kids make decisions to take care of their family. Because like I said, I'm going to say it again, Coach has been doing it for years. But I also think there need to be a buyout. If they move up for me and go to group of five and power five, I should get kind of a compensation for that, you know? So NCAA, if you're listening to me, I need a buyout.
Interesting.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, I think what he's really tapping into there is, again, no rules, and there needs to be some sort of contract mechanism for these guys. So like right now, they're just saying, hey, you know, $1 million for your commitment, and like take that kid that left LSU, decommitted from LSU, decided he's going to Michigan because they're going to pay him more. But there's nothing to hold him to that. There's really nothing to hold the school or whoever made that deal to that either.
Right.
So what he's really talking about is how do we formalize these deals? So if a player goes to Grambling and takes, you know, whatever, say it's $5,000 that Grambling can offer him to come play, or a car or whatever it is, if he decides, no, I'm going somewhere after the next year because I had a good season and somebody wants to pay me more, there's a penalty. It's like in the NFL. Like, you don't just get to jump around. It's easier to just jump around and make money in college amateur athletics than it is in the NFL. And it should, I mean, I don't think it should be that way. I don't know what you think. I don't know what everybody listening thinks, but that just seems crazy to me.
No, I agree. I mean, the way that Coach described it on Mickey Joseph at Grambling State, like, he's right. Like, coaches have been doing it for years. So how can we hate on these players doing it? But with the coaches, like, buyout is usually involved.
There's a contract. There's a contract in place.
Ask Texas A&M, damn it, with what they got going on with Jimbo Fisher. That's affected everybody, everyone, from Jim Schlossnagle trying to get, you know, more, you know, just renovation done with the baseball program down there at College Station. Trev Alberts being like, Coach, that you ain't our priority right now. We ain't got it. Right? Because Jimbo is taking out $77 million, which again, A&M did that to themselves. They shouldn't have given Jimbo that buyout to begin with. But there they are. So if you're an athlete, especially at one of these G5 schools who don't come close to the resources as these Power 4, Power 5 programs, you're right, Sean. There needs to be a contract in place. If you want my player, then you're going to have to give us a little scratch.
Yeah, you're going to have to buy the contract.
Yeah, there's going to be a contract. You're going to have to buy them out. And that's the NCAA. They're probably like, well, we don't want anything to do with that. Like,
they don't want anything to do with anything except collecting checks. That's all the NCAA wants to do.
Facts.
They're the mob of sports, and all this stuff is wrecking their world. And that's why everything's been slow, and that's why they opened it up to the chaos in the first place.
Yeah, absolutely. So I like that. I like that type of thinking. I mean, we all talk about, you know, there should be a commissioner in college sports that's handling situations like this. I don't know if we'll ever get that, but we all know the SEC and the Big Ten, especially in football, like, they're calling a lot of shots right now. And would they be able to call all these shots if something like this was put into play, where you're looking for somebody like Trey Moore, for example, came from UTSA, lit it up at UTSA. Steve Sarkisian took notice. Now he's making over six figures for the University of Texas. Like, UTSA,
they can't do
that.
They
didn't benefit from that at all.
No, not a single. I mean, you could argue they did all the hard work. They developed him.
Right.
And then somebody comes in and swoops him up and just puts him on the team, you know, money bag whipping him. So, you know, the other thing, and you kind of touched on it, you talked about the coaches, you know, schools are going to have to start, as these coaching contracts get bigger and bigger, schools are going to have to start taking that into account. Like, what if this doesn't work out? It's going to slow down the thinking, because then it's not just about pumping money in an individual. It's about, what does this decision do to the rest of my athletic program? If it goes bad, and we do have to get rid of this guy, and I do have to pay him all this money, that's taking money away from everything else. It'll do the same thing to the football, like to the programs that are paying the kids money. Because then you got to say, well, I can't pay this kid $3 million. Because what if he shows up first day of practice in the fall and snaps his leg and he never plays it down at the University of Texas? I've spent $3 million on this dude and I'm contractually obligated to pay it.
Mm-hmm.
I can't just go, oh, I didn't say that.
Yeah.
It's a contract. And so that'll slow some of that stuff down. And to your point about, the Big Ten and the SEC kind of running stuff right now, I think they'll still be at the forefront of things, but I don't think it'll be as much. I mean, they're talking like, let's go form our own league and screw all these other schools. They want to just be completely separate and play football with each other like a mini NFL thing, which would be fun to watch probably, but is it the best thing for the sport of college football? Probably not.
No, it's best for the Big Ten and the SEC.
Exactly.
For everyone else, and they're going to be left behind. And again, Big Ten, SEC, when it comes to the numbers, when it comes to the views, when it comes to the money being made, like, I get it. Like, Texas, they made the right move of jumping to the Southeastern Conference when they did, because they saw the vision, they saw the future and what was going to happen with it, and they jumped right on time. And Oklahoma, they trotted on there with them. So now you got some of these schools that aren't in the SEC and Big Ten that are still big-time brands, the Clemsons, the Florida States, like they're just kind of Notre Dame, which I can't stand how Notre Dame operates with things. Like, it's 2025. Y'all being an independent, like, come on, get with the program. Like, Notre Dame,
it wouldn't be bad if they had to earn their way in like everybody else does, but they have like these specific rules for like the Notre Dame set of rules on how to get to things, because they don't do what everybody else does.
Right.
And that's ass. I mean, we shouldn't be doing that.
How the hell does a team that loses to Northern Illinois make it to the championship game? Like, that's crazy. And again, like, salute, the coaching staff and whatnot for making some changes. And after that horrible loss to Northern Illinois, figuring some things out to make them a team that's worthy of getting to the college football championship. But either way, like, just the rules that they have against everybody else by being an independent, it gives them an advantage, and in 2025, I'm not with that. Not like Marcus Freeman. I think he's a heck of a coach, what he's done there, taking over after Brian Kelly, and Brian Kelly left for a reason too. Like, Brian Kelly, he didn't get his team to the mountaintop like Marcus Freeman did, but he saw that, oh man, us being an independent, even though there's a lot of pros here, there are also a lot of cons too. So now he's off in Baton Rouge coaching at LSU. Like, I don't know, man. There's just so many different levels to this when it comes to college sports, and a lot of it's mucked up, Sean. It really is. Like, there's so many things that you could change. There's so many things that you could tweak. And now with NIL and the transfer portal, you're seeing so many different situations come up where it's kind of an eye squinter, and you're wondering, gosh, this is messy. And
I mean, we went from being outraged that, like, when the first guy said, I'm not going to play in this bowl game because I got to worry about my NFL career, that hit college football fans hard. We're like, what? Like, you're a team. Like, you keep playing, right? There's games to play. You keep playing. Yeah. And now we're talking about dudes leaving 3 weeks into the season because they're arguing with their school about NIL. I mean, that was crazy. When that came out, when that UNLV quarterback said, I'm not playing anymore because y'all didn't pay me what you said you were paying me.
Mid-season.
Shit. I was like, what? And then a wide receiver came along with it too. What are we doing? So yeah, like, I long for the days when dudes just said, I don't want to get hurt in this bowl game. I long for those days now, because now we're talking about dudes holding out. We're talking about college athletes holding out And the other thing, like they left school. Like they left school right in the middle. They're like, I'm not going to school. I'm not playing football.
Yeah, don't you got credits?
Yeah, we're like missing the point of why you're there in the first place.
Yeah.
So yeah, man, it's I think we got to figure out a way to reel it in a little bit. And I know, on the flip side of this, there's my opinion, and there's a flip side of my opinion that a lot of people just love it. They just love the way it's just wild, and you never know what's going to happen. And I mean, we got starting running backs leaving one school to go be a starting run. I never would have thought we'd have had starters leaving school to go to a different school because that school would pay them more.
Yeah. Yeah.
When all that comes up, you just never, your brain just doesn't go to that.
Yeah, and these college kids, they got their agents, and the agents,
Exactly.
they're all for the money grab too. So the agents, they're trying to see like, hey, how do I bump my income for representing this player? That's why Chips talked about it a ton. Like you heard from one agent that told him, I tell all my players, no matter what they did for the end of the season, no matter how much they love the university that they're currently at, throw your name out there.
Yeah.
Just to see what you could bring in. Just throw your name out there just to see what pops up, see what your value is. You know what I'm saying? Like, I remember a couple of years ago, Xavier Worthy was getting dragged through the mud. It was right after the Alamo Bowl, Sean. You remember this. Xavier Worthy, he was dropping passes. He was struggling. And Texas faithful on Xavier Worthy. They were like, what the hell's going on? And we didn't know at the time that he was dealing with a broken wrist or a broken hand, whatever. But everybody was wondering what the hell was going on. And then you were hearing rumors about, is Xavier Worthy coming back or not? And I felt like Xavier Worthy was just throwing his name out there just because why not? Why not see what I could get here at the University of Texas by throwing my name out there and just flirting? Because, again, coaches do it. Chris Beard just did it with A&M. Chris Beard was not going to College Station at all.
You don't think there was any – I mean, because the A&M fans – I mean, I saw multiple – this is a done deal. Like, this is a done deal. And they probably all kind of – they probably all spawned from each other. Somebody said it was a done deal. And then, homeboy over here is like, well, yeah, I'm an insider too. My source is saying the same thing. This is a done deal. So they probably all spawned. But man, early in the afternoon, I think a lot of us, and maybe not you, Zay, I won't speak for you. Me personally, I was like, man, this shit might actually really happen.
No, I was right there. I was there.
Then, man, I don't think we can just laugh at this enough, though, man. We should probably take 30 minutes just to laugh at A&M. God, it's got to suck to be an A&M fan. I love it, but, man, for those guys, it's got to suck. Their world is imploded in the last, 2 or 3 years?
Oh, they're down bad.
The world has just imploded.
Yeah, they're down bad right now. And, yeah, I'm right there with you. I thought – like it was getting close to a done deal. And, part of me was like, man, Chris Beard's really developed his own culture in Oxford, Mississippi. And again, it's just being a good businessman. I'm sure his agent was like, yo, okay, do you really want to stay at Ole Miss? And Beard was like, yeah, but let's leverage them a little bit. Like, what can we get out of this? Let's just flirt with Texas A&M. Let's see what's going on. And shout out to my man, Brian Davis of the Austin American Statesman. He's one of the best in the business in covering the University of Texas and just covering sports in general. But he put out a tweet of saying that exact same thing. Like Chris Beard flirted with A&M. A&M felt really good about it. Chris Beard talked about how he wanted to get into the rival against Texas because obviously he's salty about how things went here on the 40 acres. And Ole Miss was like, oh, whoa, hold up, Chris. Yeah. What do you need? How can we get you to stay? What do you need from us? And Beard was like, I need this in NIL. I need that for my program. From, renovation here, renovation there, just different things to tighten up the Ole Miss program. And here we are. Like, he's staying. Ole Miss is now still searching, which a crazy name that I heard come up was Rodney Terry.
Yeah, I saw that too, man, and I was like, how? And you know what they'll do too? If they can hire Rodney Terry, let's just say if they will spin that somehow, is they took they'll figure out a way to like make that a good thing for them, which only Aggies can do. Like only Aggies can figure out ways to spin stuff to try to put this positive. I'll tell you what, man. Luch, man, that dude is like the master of just keeping people spun up about something, keeping people positive somehow. And I don't know how he does it.
Come on, Billy Lucci.
Yeah, I don't know how does he get that many people to keep paying him money to keep them spun up like that? It is crazy. And I'm not hating on him at all, but you see the tweets coming out like, oh, we got this, and this, and now the championships are coming in. Man, Texas fans dogged his ass out even before this whole Beard thing. Yeah. Man, it's crazy.
Again, in this business, like you gotta know how to work it a little bit. Say what you want about Billy, he knows how to work it.
Absolutely. And that's the point I was trying to get at. Is like he's mastered the business side of this. The problem is with that, and this one's hard for me. You kind of gotta like, I don't want to call it integrity. I don't want to say you're losing integrity, but he doesn't believe some of the things he's putting out there, right? That's what I'm getting at. But he knows that's what he's got to do to keep his business going. That's just my thoughts. And again, I'm not trying to dog Luch. I'm just saying that's the sense I get from just seeing what goes on. Like just the stuff he says, like, you can't believe that, man. You cannot believe that.
Yeah. And again, he's a good guy, again, big time Aggie guy. So I get why Longhorn fans can find, some of the things that he says distasteful. But no, I have a lot of respect for Billy Lucci and just how he goes about his business with Texas Ags and whatnot. But yeah, man, I already talked to my pops about it, which everybody knows. My family, my pops, RT go way back, but he was like, man, if that A&M thing is true, my pops was like, I'll be an A&M fan in a heartbeat. And I was like, oh, pops, come on, man. And I'd be torn. That'd be a very tough situation for me because, again, I love RT. It didn't work out here. There are reasons why it didn't work out here, but I want him to do well. But him going to A&M, your boy will be torn, Sean. I'd be hella torn. So it's interesting. It's interesting to see where A&M goes from here. But let's see what my man Rex says here, because love everybody for jumping on. If you have something to say in the comments section, let us know. My man Rex says A&M would have been a lateral move for Beard. He's never done that in his career. Why start now? Beard played it right for his program. Happens all the time. It just happened to happen to the Ags. Yeah, exactly. Like that's the game. Like Beard's not the first one that used his current stop as leverage and flirted with someone else. Like that's how the game should be played, especially if you're Chris Beard and you're hot right now. Like we all know, Chris Beard probably a top 10 basketball mind in the business. Like easy. Like if Chris Beard didn't have that whole fiasco with Homegirl, he'd still be here. We wouldn't be talking about Rodney Terry. We wouldn't be talking about Sean Miller. He'd still be here. And
we'd probably be talking about either a really good run into the tournament or that team still being in the tournament.
Exactly.
Like, just to be frank, I mean, that's what we'd be talking about.
Exactly what we would be talking about. So I understand Beard doing what he did. I can't knock him for it at all. But
Sark did it. Sark, when Sark got an extension because of the Alabama thing.
Yes.
Yeah. 100%. And so again, I look at work like this, and it doesn't matter what you do. It doesn't matter how much you get paid, but you trade your time for money, right? And so if you're going to trade your time for money, why not trade it for the most amount of money you can trade it for? And if someone's willing to pay you, that's what you're worth.
Yeah. Yeah, good point.
It's that simple, really. I mean,
Sark's done it twice. He did it this year with all the NFL rumors.
Yeah.
Ain't no way Sark was talking about the NFL or thinking about that. Ain't no way. He's just too many skins on the wall here at Texas. And he knows this is the perfect job, especially for somebody that has the luggage that Steve Sarkisian has. from his time dealing with, alcohol and stuff back at Washington and his time at USC. Not many people get chances like Steve Sarkisian has. I'm not saying he hasn't worked for it. He definitely has worked for it. Sure. He definitely has paid his dues with his time with Nick Saban and his time at the Atlanta Falcons and stuff. But you got to know how to play the game. Your agents, they know how to play the game, and I can't knock Sark for taking that extension and getting the guys that he wants as his assistants for getting extensions too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, that's how you keep – I mean, there's a price to all this, and the more money that gets thrown around, the price goes up for everybody, and that's his job. I mean, his job's not just to coach football. His job's to make sure that he can keep staff in place. He can keep the guys he wants to keep. He gets the players he wants. So he's got to go to bat. And the funny thing about all this is you look at it like CDC's job is to try to do all this and win, but do it like without spending the most money, right? Like, I mean, even though Texas has a big checkbook and they're willing to spend money, I mean, he needs to be fiscally responsible with that money. And so when those guys sit down, the conversations have to be hilarious because it's like, yeah, man, I know what's going on, but it's almost like The Office when Michael Scott's asking for the raise and his boss says, I can give you 12%, but you got to ask for 15%. It's like they're just playing the game together, right?
Uh-huh. Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, lots going on in the college world right now, and hey, it's fun. It's exciting. It gives us things to talk about here on Texas Sports Unfiltered, and I don't mind talking about it at all. And Jack, bro, we know damn well Chris Beard ain't with that woman no more. Man, hair of the dog is right. Like, Ole Miss was like, you still with her? And if you are, I don't know, Chris. I don't know. We give you the job if you still with homegirl, man. That's pretty toxic. And Beard kicked her to the curb like he should have a long time ago. Wish he would have kicked her to the curb in Lubbock because things would be a lot different.
Just 2 weeks, like the day earlier. I don't think this is going to work out. Go back to Lubbock.
You would hear rumors, Sean, about like even when he was at Texas, like they took a trip to New York, the team, for that one of those New York early season tournaments, and like you would hear things about like people seeing off in the far them arguing.
Yeah, that's the buzz around town here too. Is like it was not a surprise that something like this escalated with those two. I'll just like leave all the details out and keep it that simple.
Yeah.
It was not a surprise to anybody.
Yeah. And
up here.
That's sad. That's what I'm saying. Like
real sad.
In Lubbock, like Lubbock ain't a big city. You know what I'm saying? Like that stuff's gonna get out. Like, especially when you're out in the open and people.
Yeah, Lubbock's like the biggest small town on the planet, man. It's like, I mean, there's 300,000 people here, but it's like you literally know all 300,000 people and what's their business and what they did yesterday. And it's just that type of place. So yeah, that stuff going on. There's no no place in Lubbock to keep a low profile.
Right.
I see coaches and shit. Cliff Kingsbury lived right around the corner from us.
Did he really?
Yeah. I mean, it's like, they're just part of the community. And so, yeah, man, you're not hiding that stuff. And again, man, I think just without getting into too much business, it was just not a good thing for either one of them. It just wasn't not a match made in heaven. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. How was the vibe when Cliff was there? Because now Cliff's off Commanders and stuff. And
man, they love Cliff. They love Coach McGuire too. Man, Tech people will get really hard bought in on anybody. They will support whoever comes.
Right.
And then if it starts to go south, they'll be like fans and be like, well, this has got to change. I mean, but they are, man. They love Joey McGuire, man. That dude has got them constantly fired up about football. So yeah, man. But Cliff was the same way. They loved them some Cliff until they didn't. It's like they loved Chris Beard literally 6 minutes before it got announced that he was coming to Texas, and then they wanted to kill him.
Right.
That's Tech people. And to be fair, it's not just Tech people, man. But Tech people, I mean, you saw what they did to the bus when Chris Beard and the team came. Like it was like a riot.
I'll
Like,
never
damn.
forget Brock Cunningham, like going outside.
Yeah, like
everybody's just
yeah.
saying who knows what, and like, yeah, I love it. Bring it
Yeah.
on. Bring it on.
Yeah. I mean, they're wild, man. So yeah, they love hard and then they hate hard when things don't work out. Is the easiest way to put it.
Yeah, that's a good point. He is Sean Redfern filling in for my man Chip Brown. We'll be back next Monday. Owner and operator of the Horn Take Podcast. And let's get to a couple of our sponsors where we get into some Texas baseball talk and also some Texas football talk with spring football. But first, shout out to McCall Custom Homes. If you're thinking about renovating your home, trust the experts that have been doing it for over 40 years. Don't trust those guys that need to go to YouTube and it takes like months to get something done. No, trust the guys who have been doing it for a combination of over 50 years. The father and son duo, our guy Mike, he is the best. If you want to check out their latest work, go to Facebook and Instagram and search for at McCall Custom Homes. Give our guy Mike a call at 512-633-9580. That's 512-633-9580, or shoot him an email at mike@mccallcustomhomes.com. Hit up their new website at mccallcustomhomesatx.com. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home.
The best sports bar in Austin, Texas, USA, America is Cover 3. They've got everything you're looking for in a great sports bar. TVs everywhere, so there's not a bad seat in the house, and they've got the right games on. You're not going to have to ask the bartenders, the waitresses, the waiters for the game that you want to watch. They know the games that you want to watch, and the food. My goodness, that's what separates Cover 3 from the other sports bars out there. An upscale menu with tons of great items. You got to try the Sean Adams prime rib sandwich. They've got the filet mignon. They've got the fish tacos. Of course, all of the sports bar classics like wings and nachos as well. Great burgers, great salads. I'm telling you, something for everyone. Of course, the full bar happy hour prices, the weekend brunch. You got to check them out. Anderson Lane, Round Rock, and San Antonio. And, of course, Cover 2, 183 and Lake Creek. It's Cover 3, dining, spirits, sports.
Hi, I'm Dan Covert with my wife Hayden. Welcome to Covert BK.
Our newest location in the gorgeous Hill Country includes Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram, and hundreds of pre-owned and certified vehicles for you to choose from. We have 3 service departments that are ready to take care of your car, truck, or SUV with 86 service bays to accommodate any repair and get you in and out quickly. Come visit us today to select the vehicle you've been dreaming about.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Shout out to Leaf Landscape Supply, a full service and wholesale and retail plant nursery and landscape supplier here in the ATX. They have 2 terrific locations. Y'all should check both of them out. If you're up north, hit up the one on Pond Springs Road. If you're down south, hit up the one off Monterey Oaks and 290. If you're looking for large quantities of supplies to fulfill any landscaping job, trendy house plants, a collection of specialty plants and rare plants, Leaf Landscape Supplies, your one-stop shop for everything you need. Go to their website at leaflandscapesupply.com so you can check it out before you get there what you want. And when you do get there and you're in the checkout line, let them know your boy Zay Collier put you on, the boys at Texas Sports Unfiltered, and you get 10% off. 10% off, can't beat that at Leaf Landscape Supply.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations.
I got this, Dad. This is Camilla McKay, and my dad can help with any TV or stereo needs you have around your house. Just call him, and he will come to you with advice and a great price. And the guys that work for him are awesome. They can install anything, anywhere. So, like my dad says, just relax and smile. We handle all the work.
So just give us a call at 255-8678 or on the web at avconsultations.com.
Yo, y'all are crazy as hell, man, talking about her Zay got a offer from the Horn. Yo, man, hey, even though we're doing the big here on Texas Sports Unfiltered, and a lot of the guys came from the Horn, always miss that place, man. You know, shout out to our man Patrick Davis for jumping on. He was the last one to be on the Horn, him and the great Rod Babers. But yeah, them days are over, man. Them days are over. And Jack, you know, whenever it's time to pick out an agent, because I'm on my Lamar Jackson shit right now. My agents, I'm gonna go with my mom's. You know what I'm saying? That's my agent right now. But if I have to figure some things out, we got to keep some things in house. My man Jaden Daniels with his mama, they got it right. Those dudes are doing it right. So I might have to negotiate my own situations. But yeah, appreciate y'all for caring. But all right, Sean, let's get into some Texas baseball talk. Obviously, Texas is coming off of this loss from Texas State, which, gosh, you look at Texas State record and it's like, man, these guys up and down season, but when it's time to play the in-state teams that baseball means a lot, like Texas A&M and obviously the Horns, those guys, they are ready to play. And they got that annoying ass closer that they threw in there that just talks crazy shit. Alex, I don't know what his last name is, but I like that dude on one side, but not when he plays against us, because he was throwing up horns down and just doing all types of crazy things. But again, Texas baseball, they're dealing with some adversity right now. We all know what happened. Max Ballou, we don't know when he'll be back. Right now, he's week to week. I've been hearing things on, he'll be back when the regionals start. He might be back a couple of weeks prior to that. We don't know. Rylan Galvan dealing with his thumb injury, which he was batting at DH on Tuesday, but who knows what it's going to look like tomorrow against Georgia, if he's going to be the starting catcher, or are they going to go with Cole Chamberlain? And then Adrian Rodriguez, the freshman, he's also dealing with an injury. But Sean, I ask you what you saw on Tuesday with that lineup. And again, it's Tuesday games. So it's just hard to really take, something out of a Tuesday game. But they go to Missouri, they sweep, those injuries happen. Now they got a really hot Bulldog team coming into the dish. How do you think that's going to go, and what are you expecting for this 3-game series starting tomorrow?
Yeah, so we'll start with last night. I think, anytime people are out of the lineup, I think the guys that are in the lineup have a tendency to press. I mean, let's just be real. Every single one of those guys was the man in high school. Every single guy. Doesn't matter. I mean, the guys on the bench that you never see get out on the field were the men in high school. They were the guy. And so they all have that sort of mentality. And I honestly feel like Tuesday night, they just went to the plate and expanded the zone way too much. They got a little hopped up, a little too excited about being the guy, and didn't just let some pitches come to him. I mean, we saw Will Gasparino in his last at bat. He swung at ball 3 and ball 4, fouled both of them off. If he leaves them alone, he's on base. And so maybe a different outcome. So I think that was part of it. The other part of it is Texas State. They throw a lot of arms that they wouldn't normally throw on a Tuesday night game, on that Tuesday night game. So they were 100% trying to win that game. And if you think about it, it makes sense. To me, just from like a recruiting perspective, they can now go to some of these maybe edge players and say, hey, man, we beat Texas. We beat Texas A&M. We beat Oklahoma State. We beat some damn good teams this year. Come here and you can be a part of building this thing the next step. Like maybe we're one of the teams in Texas going forward. So I think from a recruiting perspective, winning those types of games is big. And then, I'm not so big on the RPI and all that stuff, but I was on Monday night with Zach and Mark on our show, The Bullpen, and Zach was talking about how really Texas State winning that game on the road boosts their RPI a lot higher than going and winning some bum conference series this weekend. So what you saw is they did what they needed to do to try to win that game. And I know Texas fans hate it. I know you hate seeing all the chatter from the 5 people that support Texas State baseball on Twitter, and they let us have it, but it doesn't matter. It's not football. Me and Harge had this exact conversation last night. Not football. It has nothing to do with what will happen this weekend. And so as we look forward to the series with Georgia, man, Georgia, an absolute juggernaut on offense. They lead the nation in home runs. They got over 80 home runs this year.
Damn.
Yeah, I mean they just rake. I mean, and it's we had Olivia Sayer from Dogs 24/7 on Monday night to kind of preview it with us, and she said it's like up and down the lineup. They can all hit. It's not two guys like it was last year. It's the whole lineup is dangerous. They're all hitting bombs. I mean, they've hit like 50 plus doubles as well. So they rake. And they get on base too. So when they do hit those bombs, it like hurts. So they're not hitting a lot of solo shots. In other words, they're pumping RBIs on these home runs. So they're a great offensive team. They do probably have some issues on the pitching side. Like they're going to throw two. I just saw a tweet that showed the projected starters for them. They're throwing a guy Friday night that's got a 6.2 ERA. They're throwing a guy Sunday that's got a 6.3 ERA, and they're sandwiching their really good guy on Saturday with those two guys. So I think the thinking for them is going to be, I don't think they can pitch with Texas if the Texas pitching can stay on time. Like if they can maintain this sort of order of march that they've had the last three SEC series where they get a lot of innings out of their starters on Friday and Saturday, and they're not having to bring these guys out of the bullpen for really long extended innings, they're going to have a lot of arms to throw on Sunday. Even though we don't have a starter per se, even though Ruger Riojas has kind of stepped into that role, and he stepped into it big time on Missouri, on the Missouri weekend on Saturday, that second game on Saturday. So he'll probably start, but Sloss is going to use him. If we can steal a game Friday and Saturday night using Ruger Riojas, that's what we're going to do. We will throw every pitcher we can to win a game in this series because they're already to 8. Sloss talks all the time about getting to 15. That's kind of where you want to be. 15 games in the SEC gets you in the conversation of hosting a regional. If you can get to like 16, 17, 18, you're firmly in the conversation for being a national seed and hosting a super regional as well. So that's what the game is a little bit different in the SEC than it was in the Big 12. In the Big 12, it was we got our Friday, we got our Saturday, we got our Sunday guy, and we're just going to go out and we know who's coming out of the bullpen. We know exactly when. You have to use those pieces a little differently in the SEC. Sloss understands that. Texas fans will understand it in a few more weeks when they see it multiple more times over and over. But yeah, I would not be surprised if Sloss never announces a Sunday starter the rest of this year. It's going to be determined or TBA, whatever it is for the rest of the season, more than likely.
Yeah, I mean, Ruger Riojas, as you mentioned, he was absolutely terrific in that final game in the Missouri series. Like, the dude was just getting you guys out. I mean, that's the name of the game. Like, you attack that strike zone. What's the saying that they got going around? Pound the damn zone.
Yeah, pound the damn zone.
Pound the damn zone, man. That's fire. I'm with that, man.
Yeah, I am too. When he showed up at that press conference with a hat that said "Pound the damn zone," I was like,
"Yeah, man. Yeah, that's dope. That's dope." So, yeah, Ruger Riojas. Like, I'm glad if Jim Schlossnagle does make a Sunday starter, make that a thing moving forward. I'd be okay if it's Ruger Riojas.
That's what's in his mind, 100%. Like, he wants to be able to get to Sunday and start Ruger Riojas. That's what he wants to do. But that's why he leaves it to be determined, because let's say we've dropped a Friday night game and we're in a really close Saturday game and someone's struggling and they got to bring somebody in to turn the faucet off and hope we can get some runs or something. He's going to bring in his best guy. He's bringing in Valanis or he's bringing in Riojas,
right,
to get that game, even if that means neither one of those guys can pitch on Sunday.
Yeah.
So it's like you got to get at least one game every series. You cannot get swept in the SEC. Doesn't matter if it's on the road or at home. You got to get one. And sometimes you might get put in a position where you got to burn Sunday just to get that one win. And Sloss knows it, and that's what he'll do.
And you know what also is promising, Sean? Cade Bing getting confidence on Tuesday night. I thought that was really promising because we saw early on it looked like it might have been a lot for him. Like the pressure, the expectation. Like, again, this is Texas baseball, man. Like, if you don't get to Omaha, it's a dud season. That's just what it is. So the expectation and the pressure on these young men, that could be a lot. And I'm not saying this was the situation for Cade Bing, but he obviously had his struggles early on. And then you turn around and saw the performance he put out on Tuesday, where he was, basically in a no-hitter situation. I know he gave up some walks here or there, but I thought Cade Bing was terrific. So
his last 2 or 3 outings have been really good. And you go back to that opening start he had in Arlington. Mark Pena, occupy left field, was like, man, you should have seen him come out of the bullpen. He looked like he was going into an MMA match. That's how hyped up he was. Like he was not down at the level you need to be to go pitch. He was way high. And so,
that's not a good thing to what you're referring to. Like,
he was way too amped up for that start. And you saw it, he was kind of wild in that one. And then he had a really good start after that. And then his next start was kind of in between both of those starts. And then that's when they kind of made the move and started bringing him out of the bullpen and stuff like that. And now, like you said, he's kind of proven he can take that starting role again. That's we talked about it on the show Monday. That is the biggest positive for this pitching staff, is there are so many guys on this pitching staff that are comfortable being the starter, comfortable coming out of the bullpen. And I didn't realize this until I talked to Mark and Zach a lot about it, but those guys really get into specific, like, rhythms, routines. Like starters are like, 7 minutes before this, I'm doing this. If you don't even know if you're starting and you don't know when you're coming in, you can't have a rhythm. You can't have a routine. But they're really good at just coming in whenever they need them and throwing strikes. And you probably don't see that at a lot of SEC schools, in any schools across the country. That many guys that are just comfortable. I don't care, coach. Whenever you need me, I can come in. I mean, we've seen Jason Flores start games. We've seen him come in long relief. We've seen him come in to close games. And for the most part, they've all been good in those various roles. And that's, man, for Sloss and Max Wiener, that's a luxury that a lot of people just don't have.
Right. Talk about just the guys right now that are filling in. I mean, Jaden Duplantier, he had some big hits come on Tuesday. Cole Chamberlain might be asked this weekend to, be the catcher for all 3 games, depending on what, Rylan Galvan, how he looks as a catcher with that thumb. I mean, he talked about it. I met E. Henry, asked him about how's that thumb working at this part of the day, which is a Thursday. It was Thursday morning, that press conference, but he said that he had trouble throwing the ball, even though he could hit well.
Yeah.
Talk about those guys that are filling in right now and how you expect them to do if obviously Max Ballou is out for a longer time and Rylan Galvan won't be asked to be the catcher for the squad.
Yeah, I mean, you look at a guy like Cole Chamberlain, they absolutely love his bat. He's a guy that, as soon as he stepped on campus in the fall, they were really surprised how advanced his hitting was. And I swear to God, if they couldn't shift in the NCAA, that dude might be batting 1,000, because he hits the ball hard almost every time he gets up there, but he hits it right to that damn second base guy that's playing deep in the hole in right field. And he gets outs just like pretty consistently. So they've definitely got him dialed in on where to stand. His spray chart is literally right at the second baseman that's playing in right field over and over again. But he's a guy that has a ton of power. And if he starts to get hot, he can definitely produce. He's a good defensive catcher. He's already thrown some people out this year. He's, for a freshman, and people don't realize this probably either. These guys aren't seeing pitchers like they're seeing at this level in high school, and even probably on some of their travel teams. And a lot of these guys play on really big time travel teams. They're probably not seeing like the spin rate and stuff like that, because those guys they're catching are kind of raw. And then they go get with a good pitching coach like Max Wiener, and they start to get that spin up and really can move the ball. He's doing a really good job staying in front of pitches and blocking. I mean, he blocked one. He saved one last night that would have scored a run, I believe. And the very next pitch was a line drive out that got him out of the inning.
Yeah.
With no run. So that's a big time play that most people will just be like, oh, that was a good play. They don't realize the impact of it. So he's making impactful plays behind the plate. And I think that I think eventually the bat's going to come along. He's hitting the ball, which is a good sign. That guy, a guy like that isn't striking out and things like that. So he's seeing it, putting the bat on it. Duplantier, man, Gumbo, I thought he had the best offensive game of anybody.
Gumbo, that's a dope.
Gaspo got the home run, but Gumbo was 2 for 3, had a walk, got on base a lot, and got some RBIs across. I mean, gave him a chance to be in position late in the game to maybe win it. So yeah, man, Gumbo, good to see him get some bats and start to get that going. He's a hell of an athlete. Like, you put him on the bases, he can run, he can play outfield. So yeah, I mean, I think, you're not going to replace Max Ballou, but there's a lot of good players on this team that I think if everybody just kind of stays within themselves and just doesn't try to be the guy, doesn't try to replace Max Ballou, because you're not going to. Just be you, go hit the ball, make good contact, and good stuff's going to happen. We'll see an offensive fall off. I mean, Max Ballou was batting, if he wasn't over 400, he was right at 400. A lot of power, a lot of doubles, a lot of home runs. He's that dude. They're not going to replace that, but they can replace it in other ways. They can replace the production. Somebody mentioned Jonah Williams. I don't think he's ready to play full-time, or he'd be playing full-time, but I think he's showing the coaches something because he got an at-bat the other night. He's got a couple of at-bats now. He's doing things that are making them go, and we've heard Sloss say it, I got to figure out a way to try to get this guy some at-bats. So obviously he's hitting the ball well in practice. He's a hell of an athlete. I think from an outfield defensive perspective, he could go out there and do anything any of the other guys could do. So yeah, I mean, it's real easy to go, Ballou's out, we're going to struggle this weekend, and we may, but I don't think we have to just because Ballou is out. I think there's still a lot of guys up and down that line. If you look at a guy like Jaquay Stewart, who got a lot of play at DH over the weekend in Missouri, he's starting to hit the ball a little bit. And he was a guy that last year was a really good offensive weapon where he was at, like Northwest Florida Community College or something like that, man. But I think he hit around 400 and had a really good season. Another guy that I think, I don't know what's going on the back end, but an Easton Winfield is a guy with all the tools.
Yeah. I was just about to ask you that. Was it not shocking to not see him out there? Instead, you saw Duplantier, because I thought that was what the change was going to be, Sean. I thought that Tommy Farmer IV would be on the left side. I guess he's right side now for Max.
Well, he started at right field earlier this year when Ballou was ill. So Ballou had like a little illness for a few weeks. And it's one of those ones that keeps you tired and worn down for a while. So he really wasn't up to playing. So Farmer played right field. So I think Farmer, they're more comfortable with him in right field. And then on the left side, obviously Duplantier. And then Easton Winfield's a guy that, I think most people had penciled in as the starter almost to a T, just based off of what they did in fall. And man, it just hasn't come together for him. And so, they've been really struggling to get him in the game and keep him in the game. So I almost think at this point, we just might not see much of Easton Winfield, especially with Duplantier having such a good game. But there are some matchup things that you might see. He's a lefty. Duplantier is a right-handed hitter. So it really might depend on who is pitching and what the situations are, who we see out of those two guys. But I mean, I think again, he's a guy that's got all the tools. He's fast. He can hit for power. He's the most yoked dude on the team. I mean, you look at his legs. He could play linebacker for Texas for sure. He's that type of physical guy. So. Yeah, I mean, and I'm not an Easton Winfield fanboy, even though I probably sound like it. I just wonder, what is going on with him, man? He's so talented. It's just not clicked for him. So, but if he's a guy that comes in there and gets a chance and can kind of get it going, he's a guy that can be like a Max Ballou, like that same type of guy that can hit for power, hit it over the fence, get it in the gaps, and run. So, yeah, man, I picked Georgia. I picked Texas to win this series. I think they'll win it in 2. I think they'll win Friday night and Sunday and especially now that I see who they're starting, I think that's the best 2 chances Texas is going to have to win. Their Saturday starter, I think he's like at a 2.1 ERA or something. He's the kid that was like licking his lips and then threw the strikeout or whatever. earlier in the season that made the rounds on Twitter. So he's kind of their crazy guy. You're talking about the guys from Texas State being a little wild. He's their wild guy.
Right. Yeah, so you've got Texas winning Friday and Sunday. Is that because of Luke Harrison being the Saturday starter and just maybe him having his struggles a little bit, or like what's your reasoning on that?
I mean, I don't think Luke Harrison's really struggled. He's been really good early, and then I think what happens to him is his stuff is probably not as like electric as a Jared Spencer, a Ruger Riojas, a Dylan Volantis. He's not spinning it like those guys spin it, and so once you've seen it a couple times and those guys can, have a couple at bats against him, that's when he starts to kind of get beat up a little bit. But he's still really good at like not putting himself in bad situations. Like he pounds the zone and just relies on the defense. Sometimes they get hit, sometimes they don't. His ERA is actually lower than Jared Spencer's by quite a bit. So he's a really good pitcher. I just think that starter for Georgia is just damn good on Saturday. So that's kind of how I landed where I landed, and I'll probably be wrong, but like I always say, it won't be the first time, and it damn sure will not be the last time.
Speaking of Dylan Volantis, who my man Chip Brown calls him Praying Mantis Volantis, Chip
nice.
Loves his nicknames. I think it's a dope nickname too. Like Chip's good with nicknames. Like I give him that for sure. But Dylan Volantis, he's done a hell of a job for the time that he gets out there. You think that there's any way that Jim Schlossnagle will consider making him a starter, or those guys from – because I don't think Jared Spencer, I don't think that's going to change. Luke Harrison, maybe, I don't know. We just talked about the Sunday starter and it kind of not knowing who it is. Maybe Ruger Riojas will take that job, but – Dylan Volantis has starter stuff, but it's not just your arm. It's what's up here, that mindset. And like you said, preparing for that. Like what's your routine like and the things that you have to do to get right, before starting the game. Do you think Dylan Volantis has that, or do you like where he is right now on being a bullpen guy?
I think so first of all, I absolutely do think he has that. Like I think he's a guy – I think he's a guy that if the coaches came to him and said, hey, man, we need you to start Sunday and we need you to go 5-6 innings, I think he's a guy that has the mental makeup to go do that. He has the physical stuff, absolutely 100%. And he showed me nothing to this point from a mental standpoint that makes me think anything would really bother him. Like he just goes in, throws a lot of strikes. I mean, he makes people look stupid a lot, honestly. I mean, he gives up some contact every once in a while. Most of the time it's weak. Occasionally it'll be a big bump, but the defense has picked him up every single time that's happened. So, yeah, man, I think if you ask Sloss, he would say, I wish I had enough depth in my bullpen that I could go to a Volantis or I could go to a Ruger Riojas and say, you're my guy on Sunday. I think despite the fact that they're really good at just ad hoc coming in and pitching, I think it is better if they do know when they're pitching and they know exactly what their role is. They can get locked in on that and go do it. So I think that's what he would want. I just don't think they've built that yet. And I think they've got some arms in the bullpen that could potentially be that. You mentioned Cade Bing. I think Cade Bing's a guy that's, he's been a midweek guy for the last couple weeks, but I think he's a guy that we might start to see him step up and get some innings on the weekend. You got a lot of young, Jason Flores is a guy that's bounced back and forth between that Tuesday role and the weekend role. He's been really good. He's had some times where you're like, ugh, that wasn't the greatest, but he always gets it done. And that's just because he's a freshman. I think the other side of it with a guy like Volantis is you don't want to put too much on him too early, right? Like you don't, it's working so well right now. Like it's almost like it's not broke. Like let's not try to fix it type of deal. But I'll say this, Dylan Volantis, barring anything crazy, will be a starter at some point at the University of Texas. And he'll probably be a Friday night guy that you just come out and you can almost just say, we're going to get a win. Like, back in the Augie days when certain guys would come out and start, we're going to win. If we hit the ball at all, we're going to win.
Yeah. I love his throwing motion, man. I love his stuff. I think he has all the intangibles that you need from a really good pitcher. And again, he's just young. That's just really it with Dylan Volantis.
You know, the crazy thing about him is he set like, and I don't know exactly how they do it. They do it by like regions or something like that out in California where he played high school, but he set the county or regional record or something for strikeouts in that kid struck out over 200 people in high school. And so he's just used to, it's just always been physically that type of dominant dude. And then, you know, I think the question mark, and you alluded to it, is the mental piece. Can we bring him up to this level? And I didn't really know who Dylan Volantis was until I watched the Alumni game.
Right.
And he came in and I was like, damn, who is that? You know, like that dude can throw strikes. Like he was just throwing a lot of strikes. And I was like, that's really impressive. And then we saw him out in Vegas and man, yeah, he is a hell of a pitcher. He's going to be, I don't want to jinx him. I won't jinx him at all, but he's got the mental makeup and the physical makeup to be, you know, like Texas's next kind of, damn, that's the dude.
Right. I agree. Yeah. I agree. Like you see it, like you see the stuff, you see that he's got it. And I feel like Max Weiner really likes what he can bring to the table. And, you know, that development, it's going to be there with Coach Weiner. So, yeah, Texas baseball, they get it cracking tomorrow with the Georgia Bulldogs, a big-time SEC showdown that's definitely going to shake up the SEC standings and what's going on in all of college baseball. But before we get off to football, I guess it's a good segue here, going back to Jonah Williams a little bit. I want to ask you, Sean, just because – it's what Jonah Williams is doing is very rare. Like the dude was the highest football recruit and signee, according to 24/7 Sports, that Steve Sarkisian has. And he's not participating in all the things that you have to do with spring football right now because he's with the baseball team and Jim Schlossnagle. How do you think that's going to work? Because, again, we're just seeing a snippet here. And, you know, he's not getting many opportunities for the baseball team. A lot of that's due to him recovering from the collarbone injury that he suffered at Galveston Ball High School. But now he's getting a little bit more healthier. We're seeing him take at bats. But how do you think that balance is going to work? Because, you know, you obviously pay attention to the baseball team a ton. You obviously pay attention to the football team a ton. How do you think it's going to work for Jonah Williams, who I've talked to multiple people who follow football and think that he could play August 30th against Ohio State? That's how big of a player he is. But I'm over here like, how is he going to be ready for that with the responsibilities that he has for both sports?
Yeah, I mean, I think it all starts with the coaches and what everything I've heard so far. You know, everything out of both coaches' mouths about Jonah Williams when they ask him about him is, yeah, he's going to be baseball. Like he's playing baseball this spring. And Schlossnagle talks about it all the time, how him and Steve Sarkisian are 100% in alignment on what all that looks like. So they've obviously had conversations in the background. I mean, the kid wants to play baseball. He wants to play football. He can clearly help both of those programs excel. You know, we're going to see more of Jonah in baseball. Like that's coming, I feel like, just based off of what Jim Schlossnagle has said and what we're starting to see come onto the field with Jonah. So I think we're going to see more Jonah in baseball, and we're certainly going to see a lot of Jonah in football because, yeah, he's just man, he's a blessed guy. He clearly he's one of those guys that is just a physically blessed kid. And you know the one thing I like about Jonah Williams more than anything at this point, and I probably will always like it, man. You see, they show him in the dugout, and even when he knew he was never playing, that dude is having a blast with his teammates, man. He acts like there is no other place in the world he'd rather be right now than in that dugout cheering on his teammates and hanging out with his boys. So you got to like a guy like that that is used to being the superstar, and he knows I'm not the superstar here, but I'm going to make the best of all of this. So I think he's a unique guy. I look forward to kind of just seeing more about him and learning more about him personally, because on the surface, man, he just looks like a really, really cool dude. But yeah, I think there's not going to be a problem as far as, football versus baseball and what he's allowed to devote his time to. And I think that's kind of rare. You just don't see that. You've seen coaches that have tried to make it work and they never could quite get on the same page about what that looked like. And a lot of that, a lot of guys that play baseball are quarterbacks. And I think that's a big difference. It's a big difference playing safety versus quarterback. We saw, what was his name? The Murray kid up at Oklahoma. He wanted to play baseball as well.
Kyle Murray.
He was a damn good baseball player too. And eventually I think he had to give up baseball because he was the quarterback. And like, you can't miss spring. You can't miss all that summer stuff,
right?
And expect to be the best quarterback you can be. So I think, it's probably a case-by-case basis depending on a lot of things like that. But what I think is really unique is Sark is, you can tell Sark cares about the kids and you can tell Schlossnagle cares about the kids, and they're willing to put aside like what they really want to happen for the betterment of the kid and what he wants to do. Zach Sim, orangebloods.com does a show every Monday with Sloss in the morning. And he was talking about playing time and how do you decide, because in baseball, it's not like football. You can play 4 games in football and still keep your red shirt. It's not like that in baseball. Like Jonah Williams is no longer eligible for a regular red shirt because he's played a baseball game.
Right.
So, but you look at a guy like Jonah Williams, he's not playing 4 years of baseball at Texas. He's not playing 4 years of football at Texas. He's going to excel at one of them, and that's what he's going to go do at some point. But he just talked about those conversations with the players. Like, he wants to make sure he understands the players' point of view about playing time, and he wants the players to understand what their point of view, the coaching staff, is about playing time. So he sat down with Jonah Williams. He sat down with Matt, his last name's escaping me, and that hurts my feelings. 37, 38, one of the kids that played some outfield in Missouri. He's got a couple of at-bats this year. Had that same conversation with him.
Matthew Scott,
yes, from Houston. So they've all had those conversations, and they're different, because one kid may say, if you can play me, I want to play. I don't care about the red shirt. And the other one may say, well, yeah, I'll play, but under these types of circumstances. And so I think Schlossnagle does a really good job of not just making it about what I need, but also talking to the kids and hearing what the kids are interested in and what's important to them. So, I mean, that kind of stuff is, it was really cool to hear that, because at a lot of baseball, a lot of places, you probably just don't get it like that. It's like, hey man, I need you.
They force me to choose.
Yeah. You got to choose one sport or the other. Or if you say you're going to play, like, I'm going to use you whenever. We're not going to have a conversation about when. You're going to go play. And maybe that's not the right thing for the kids. So that was cool to hear that out of Schlossnagle's an interesting guy, at least to me early on, because he seems like he can be kind of hardcore, like he can be the tougher guy, but he also has a really good mental approach to all of this and culture and all that stuff. All that stuff's important. Clearly what he does works, because I mean, he's been to 6 of the last 10 College World Series with 3 different programs. You just don't see that a lot. So yeah, man. But I think Jonah Williams is going to find a home on both those teams, and he's going to find a way to contribute until at one point maybe he decides, like, this is the one I really like. And then maybe that's when he goes and makes that decision.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting in the upcoming years, because both baseball and football, even though they want to involve him, they don't necessarily need him right now as much. Like, you look at the football side, you got Jelani McDonald, you got Michael Taft, Derek Williams will be back. So as far as the safeties go, like, you don't need them there. And then on the baseball side, you got, Will Gasparino and Blue and just all these other guys that are taking care of the outfield. So he can kind of ease his way into both and understand the culture that both Jim Schlossnagle and Steve Sarkisian are providing, and can get acclimated there, even though it's a lot on both sides already as a young kid who should still be in high school.
Yeah.
People forget that. Like, the dude, I guess, they'll let him go back to graduation and stuff so he can walk the stage, but that's a lot for a young 18-year-old to have to figure out and have to balance. And you're hearing that he's still going to some workouts for spring practice on the football side.
He's going to meetings. Like I think the agreement they had is like package installment stuff. He's got to be there for that. But he can miss some of the physical stuff, like the the drills and things like that. He doesn't necessarily have to be at, but they want him to understand the defense and what his role will be. So the package install is super important.
And we know Jim Schlossnagle, he's making them lift. So Steve Sarkisian's like, okay, like even though we might do a different lifting here in football and baseball, I know he's lifting a lot. He's lifting.
Yeah, those dudes lift on game days. They lift in the morning before games all the time.
That's awesome. That's awesome. All right. Well, he is Sean Redfern, owner and operator of the Horn Takes podcast, doing a terrific job filling in for my guy, Chip Brown. Sean, let's get into a little Texas football because I got a couple of clips from Steve Sarkisian, who was on Colt McCoy's podcast for about 20 minutes or so. Y'all check that out after Open Gym today. But just a couple of little snippets. Steve Sarkisian talks about Arch Manning with Colt, and they just get into how Arch is coming along, finally being the starter here at Texas.
He's got something about him that guys gravitate to. That's always a great thing to have as a quarterback because you want those guys to want to play even better because of who you are.
How important was him being able to play 3 games last year?
Huge, man. He had to prepare for 2 weeks to be the starter. And in one of those weeks was our SEC opener against Mississippi State. A, we saw athleticism that was probably surprised a lot of people. B, his ability to throw the deep ball. And the deep ball in our system and how important that is to take advantage of those one-on-one opportunities. Third, the leadership. And I think Arch has that about him, and nobody works harder. Nobody's in the film room more.
He wants to carve it for his own.
He does, and thank God he got his grandpa's athleticism, He's been patient. How many people have come after him from other schools to get him to transfer? And he stayed the course and stayed true to his word, so we're pumped about him.
It's a big deal. It's a big deal. I don't think that gets talked about enough, Sean, how Arch stuck to his guns here at Texas, because we know everybody and their mama was hitting them with the, hey, bro, like, you're better than Quinn Ewers. Why the hell does Sark have you sitting for Quinn Ewers? What's going on? Does he appreciate you? Does he value you as a player? I don't know if he does. How about you come on down here to Athens, Georgia? How about you come on down here to Miami, Florida, et cetera, all these other big-time programs in college football? And Arch Manning said, no, I'm sticking it out. I believe in the process. I want to be in Austin, Texas. It's not just football. I love the city as a whole. I know people think that Ole Miss, is up in there for a level of respect just because of his grandpa and his uncle and his dad, and Tennessee. You could throw them in there too, even though they have Nico Ilimaliava. But Arch Manning said, no, I want to stay here at Texas. I believe in Steve Sarkisian. I believe in the culture. I believe in the program. And now we're finally seeing Arch Mania take off.
Yeah, it's launching into the stratosphere. And I cannot wait. I cannot wait to see him carve his own path, because he's got all of it. You look at a guy like that, and he could easily be the guy that's just like, who my dad is, or who my uncle is, who my grandpa. I mean, he can name like half his family and throw that card out there. Do you know who so and so is? And he just doesn't, man. He wants to be his own dude, and I think that's so important. His level of maturity, we saw that interview right after he did the Red Bull deal, and he seems like a guy that, obviously has 2 uncles that have won Super Bowls and been MVPs and all that kind of stuff. He grew up in the best environment possible to be able to handle all of this stuff, and so that's a huge deal. Forget the talent, man. Just that. Like, there's nothing he's going to go out on the field and see that he has not talked about with his uncles. He is 100% prepared to go do anything, not just sports, like anything in life. Like he's been around that for so long that He's just a different level type of guy. And so great for Texas that he has kept to his word. Man, it's going to be exciting. I don't know. I get kind of giddy about it and just kind of can't really say what I'm trying to say when we start talking about Arch, because I think
gives you butterflies, gives you goosebumps.
Man. I love Quinn Ewers. I think Quinn Ewers is a hell of a quarterback, but I said last year, like midway through the season, like after all those injuries and things where, we saw Arch get some extended time, like Arch is going to be a better quarterback than Quinn Ewers. And a lot of people don't like to hear that or didn't want to hear that, but like, it's the truth. He's just going to be better. And that doesn't mean Quinn isn't good. And that doesn't mean Quinn can't go have a good career in the NFL. He absolutely can. But the exciting part for Texas fans, Arch Manning is like noticeably to me better,
right?
Like already. And like, you can just see what's going to happen. It's going to be outstanding. I'm excited.
Yeah. And knock on wood on this statement that I'm about to say, but it seems like he'll definitely be more durable than Quinn.
Yeah.
With his
he's a much bigger guy. Much
bigger guy. I think he could take a hit better than Quinn could. Like, we never saw Quinn healthy.
No.
Like, as much as you want to bash Quinn Ewers and say he didn't live up to expectations, which some of that may be a little true, but I think the injuries really hurt Quinn Ewers more than anything. Like, all 3 years at Texas, he had to miss games. And then you come in with this oblique injury, that completely changed Steve Sarkisian's thought process when it came to play calling. And again, you can look at it as, okay, Sark, you got this guy on the bench. That's the next thing coming that you might not have to limit. But Sark was loyal to Quinn Ewers. We saw what happened. Quinn Ewers was a couple of passes away, 1 yard away from maybe tying the game in the Cotton Bowl. Like, woulda, coulda, shoulda, but I thought Quinn Ewers, I thought that he was solid. And again, with Arch Manning, when you see these nepotism babies, it could go either way. It could be, on one hand, okay, he understands what it takes to be a great athlete, to be a professional, what you have to do to get to a very high level, what you put into your body, the training, how you have to present yourself, which I think that's everything Arch has. And then there's the negative side where you have a sense of entitlement and you think that everything should come to you at an easy rate. And I don't think Arch has that at all. Like Chip talked about first day of spring practice, Arch threw a bad pass. He dropped the F-bomb loud. Everybody heard it. People say, oh, what's going on here? Like, nah, he cares. He gives a damn. He understands that there's a lot of pressure on him right now, a ton. So he has to step up. He has to prove to everybody that he ain't no fluke, especially coming from a guy that didn't play the highest quality of football in that part of Louisiana. Like,
yeah, I was one of those. Not like he's not going to be good, but I was like, how good do we really know how much do we know how good this kid really is? He's the biggest kid on the field.
Right.
Besides the tight end that came along with him, he was like the biggest kid on the field, almost every single clip you saw. And so, I wouldn't say I never said like, Arch cannot be good and won't be good, but like it all was kind of centered around like the debate of whether he was the number one recruit or, whether he should have been lower and, he would be a 3-star if it wasn't for his name, that type of discussion. I'd throw out there, like, how good do we know he really is? Because he's dominating kids that, they wouldn't even play though. Like a lot of the kids in those clips wouldn't even play at Texas high schools. Like they probably would tell him just to go play something else because I don't have enough pads to put on you type of deal. So yeah, man, to that point, we didn't know, but man, he shows up and does all the right stuff, man. I think that's so important. I think it's important for kids today don't want to learn how to lose, man. And I think that's really important to not get everything you want because that makes you work harder and that makes you be able to deal with things. There's going to be things outside of your life or outside of your control in football and your life that you just can't control. And sometimes you're going to lose because of that. And I don't think we do a good enough job in sports or just anything of just like going, dude, it's okay to lose. Like it's gonna happen. Learn how to do it, and then that's how you get better, and you don't do it as much. And I think he's got that.
Hair of the dog, what you talking about, man? I don't want to hear what shit. I feel like everything Sean says has been correct. Like, you got to elaborate more there, man, because, again, I'm a part of the Arch Manning wave, too, for real. Like, I think that dude could be the real deal. The pressure is what scares me the most, Sean. Yeah. Will it be too overwhelming for him? Because we could say no, but, again, as the bona fide starter, there's a difference of being the backup and you get thrown in the game here and there. We saw him play a little bit against Georgia when Georgia was taking everybody's head off. And then clearly we saw the starts against, I forget who it was it ULM, but then it was Mississippi State after that. And, A&M game, he got in, had that big time touchdown on the run. So he's gotten the taste, but when you're the legit starter, when all of these quote unquote experts are telling you that you're going to be the first pick of the draft whenever you're eligible, that you're going to take Texas to the promised land when it's been 20 years since Texas had a chance to hoist up the national championship trophy, you're the one that's going to change everything. That could be a lot. That's what scares me the most.
Yeah, it's like the whole, the whole Chris Sims deal. He was another really highly rated guy that kind of grew up in a family like that, a football family, and saw his dad do a lot of, really great things in the NFL. And I'm sure got a lot of the same sort of mental coaching that Arch Manning has. So, yeah, I mean, you can't discount that. But I think, man, I get the sense like, and I don't want to bash on anybody, but I felt like just watching Chris Sims, he didn't really get a lot of that. Like, I don't know that he was all that humble when he showed up. Like, I feel like he kind of did show up with this mindset of like, I'm the man. Like, and maybe that's just the way he had to deal with all that pressure. But you just see Arch just like, it just rolls off his back, man. He just doesn't, it's like nothing bothers him at all. So, It could all be facade, and we'll find out. We're going to find out real quick on this Answers Day, because they're going to the shoe at the end of August to play the defending national champions. So, and I know they lost a bunch of guys, but that's still a very talented group of guys they're going to go play. So we're going to find out real quick whether Arch is for real as far as the mental makeup goes, or whether there's some holes in that need to get worked on. And hey, he's still a young guy. I think the exciting thing is, like, you see all the potential, you see all the, not just physical potential, but the potential to be that type of leader that can be the guy that, the Vince Young guy that carries the team and hoists that trophy. He's got that for sure.
Yeah, we had his little brother Hyde Manning on a couple of months ago, and Hyde was also a student at the University of Texas. Obviously he's not playing football or anything, but he says him and Arch, like, they hang out any chance that they're able to, and Arch leaves the phone at home a lot of the time. Just because it's a lot. Like, his phone's always getting blown up. Now you bring in the NIL with, the Uber NIL deal and Red Bull and stuff. So to know that he's able to get away from the game a little bit at times, which you need. Like,
absolutely.
Sometimes these guys, I think their words get mixed up when you're going through the NFL draft process, and some of them say, like, yo, I love football, but it's not my life. And then you hear like some of these guys like, oh, God, it's not his life. I don't want him on my team. I don't want him a part of my franchise. I need football to be your life. And again, that's cool. I'll take that too. If it's your life, awesome. But if it's not your life, you have other hobbies, you have other things that you're passionate about, that's fine too. Some guys need to decompress and get away from it all so they could be mentally stable enough. When they get back into the game, they're locked in. They're focused. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I'm not saying Arch isn't like 100% a football guy, but him leaving his phone at home so he can enjoy time with his little brother and get away, that's important, especially when you have the name Manning tied to you. Like everybody's going to want a piece of you. So that's where I have a lot of confidence on him handling that pressure, but also, like you said, we're going to find out very soon how he really handles it. He's going to throw an interception. How is he going to handle that? There's going to be times where the Horns are down and he might have to lead a comeback. There's going to be times where, hell, they lose. Like, it's hard to go undefeated and just go straight to the national championship. But how he handles adversity is going to be very interesting. Again, when you have uncles and family members like your pops and your grandfather that have been through the ringer with this sport of football, they could give you game on how they deal with certain things. But yeah, I'm excited for it. I really am. And again, you're going to have help too. We all know that the offensive line is going to look a lot different coming into this year. You know, the wide receiver group is going to look a lot different. Like Ryan Wingo, yeah, he's there. DeAndre Moore. But after that, who's going to be that third guy? Who's going to be the tight end that's going to take the place of Gunnar Helm? You know, we've heard certain things about Spencer Shannon and Jordan Washington, who's out right now. But are those guys going to be able to step up and show what is really going on, and if they can, you know, take over for what JT Sanders and Gunnar Helm left? A lot of questions.
Yeah, the offense, tons of questions around the offense. That's why I get really, I mean, I've heard people say, I've had people on my show that have openly said, like, the Texas offense will be better this year than it was last year. And I won't say that it can't, and I won't say that it won't, but how would you expect that? They're losing 8 guys off that starting offense. Yeah. One of them's the quarterback. 4 of them are the offensive linemen. That is a lot.
That's a lot.
I mean, they could come in and set the world on fire. There's talent. The talent's there. We all know that. But that's a lot to gel really quickly and say, like, this is going to be the strength of the team. I mean, I've had people tell me that the offense will be the strength of the team. And I'm the exact opposite. I think the defense has the potential to be better than the defense last year because I like the tools they have on the outside in the pass rush. Texas under Steve Sarkisian has not had what he's got right now in those edge positions. The talent is deep. It's sick. I mean, it's like complete, like what people are going to see this year out of the pass rush. I think they're not going to even, like, they're going to not be able to believe it. It's going to be that good. It's going to be like Florida State bookend 1990s, like just all out in your ass the whole game. That's what I think, man, just based off of what they've got, the keys, the pieces they have. I think the defense is going to be great.
Yeah, I agree. All right, we got a couple of minutes left. Let's get to the right call. A couple of stories here, but Michigan's favorite guy, Connor Stalions, is back doing interviews and stuff, which Connor Stalions, whatever, he took the bullet for Michigan and Jim Harbaugh guys, and he was very happy to take the bullet. Like, the dude loves Michigan that much for the scandal that they had, but now he's going off and he's hating on other teams and basically, you know, coming up with these, you know, allegations that guys like ACC team was doing the headset communications with the quarterback before it even came legal. And, you know, he wouldn't say the team. He just said it's an ACC team. And now people are looking at Dabo and thinking that it was Clemson is the one that he's talking about. But like, Connor Stalions, bro, chill out.
Yeah.
Like, now you're being a snitch. Like, there's one thing to do it for your school at Michigan, but now you're snitching on other schools just from he say, she say stuff. Like, guys that you've talked to in the business that are speculating the same things, and you're going out on your platforms and stuff and taking interviews and you're dragging other teams through the mud. Like, he's done it twice. Yeah. He's done it twice. And again, he's not saying the name of the school, but he did say it's an ACC team, which I'm all for the helmet communication. I appreciate it. Like, I'm tired of seeing SpongeBob SquarePants signs on the sidelines and like just stupid stuff, like signs of 50 Cent and stuff, just calling plays and the whole sign stealing scandal. It's a lot. So in-helmet communication for the linebackers, for the quarterbacks. I definitely think it's necessary, but man, like Connor Stallions, he's doing a lot. Like
he's doing a lot, and it's like clearly with like the wrong intentions. He's like trading off of it. He's like getting himself out there on all this stuff. You're not naming names. You're not reporting this to like the appropriate authority to like, if you really cared, there's a whole much better way to do this than just go on people's shows and just like, I could go and throw a bunch of vague bullshit out there. Hey, I know a Pac-10 team that was doing this back in the 90s. And I'm not Connor Stallion, and nobody wants to hear that from me, but I could do it. Yeah. He's going to get paid for it because he's Connor Stallion, and people will listen to that crap. Yeah. Here's a thing for all you folks out there that get tired of this shit. Stop listening to it. Listen to the good shows, and don't listen to the dudes that are just trying to make some money here and there and stuff like that. And the other thing, it may all be true, but if it is, like, make a legitimate effort to get out there.
Let us know. Let us know who was doing it then.
Right.
If it is, like, let us know. Be a real snitch. Don't half snitch, Connor. Be a real snitch out here. You know what I'm saying? Because you're right. He is taking this publicity. It's getting to his head. Yeah. You can tell it. Like, if you watch that Netflix documentary, it's getting to his head, man. Like, he loves it. He loves the attention, and, he's relishes off of it. So, yeah, Connor Stallions, like, again, it's cool. Be a snitch, but be a full snitch. Go that half stuff. Go all out. But Sean, I appreciate you, man. You do a hell of a job. Everybody check out what Sean has going on with his team at Horn Takes Podcast. Let's bring on the gentleman from Open Gym, Patrick, Matt. What's up, fellas?
What's up?
Oh, man. That's fun to see. Always Connor Stallions back in the news. A guy who wasn't good enough to get a job at Michigan, who is now synonymous with Michigan football because he's friends with some donors who cheated. And, like, the donors cheated for sure. But donors, that's what they do. Boosters and donors. They're like, I want to get a competitive edge and I have money, so I'll go do it. And then it's like, it's a thought of, if you ever hang out with someone who steals stuff, they'll always be like, man, someone stole my CD. And you're like, it's behind the paper, man. Just move it. Like, not everyone's stealing like you are. Or if you've ever had a friend that cheats on their girl, every time that girl's 10 feet out of his sight, he'll be like, I know she's with another guy. And you're like, no, that's you, dude. You're the cheater. It's not both of them. It's you. So I think Connor Stallion just walk around like everyone's cheating. Like, no, Connor, you were the cheater, Connor. And now you're walking around trying to justify it. Yeah, and other people are, I'm sure. Everyone in college football. If you're not cheating, you're not trying. Everybody knows it. There's all that. But
one of my favorite lines of all time is from Lonesome Dove. He's the main character says, if you ain't cheating for a poke, you don't want one bad enough.
That's right.
I get it.
Yeah, that's part of the game. But
yeah, and no publicity is bad publicity, and I think that's what we're seeing with Connor Stallions right now.
Yeah. No, Connor Stallions and the Hawk Tua girl going to start a podcast.
I'd watch that. Where's she been? I haven't seen her in a minute.
Hey, I checked my watch. The 15 minutes were up, Zay. She moved on. There's nothing. No one cares anymore. That was last summer.
I think she got off scot-free.
Too scot-free, man. I need to see her in action because I don't think all that Hawk Tua stuff. Okay, well, I need some guys to come out that have experienced this Hawk Tua to let me know, is she for real? Because that's all fiction, if you ask me.
That could be a late night Texas Sports Unfiltered show right there. We could get Hawk Tua, get all the stories out there. Get the guys
I was talking about the crypto scandal. I don't know what you're talking about.
You can tell whose mind's in the gutter.
Hey, appreciate you guys, man.
If there's one coach who can get to the bottom of Hawk Tua, it is Lane Kiffin. Old Joey Freshwater. We get right to the bottom of it.
Come on, Lane doesn't deserve that. He's a good guy.
Name to hit on girls. You want to maybe say Todd Golden? Is that a better name to throw out there? Accused of hitting on college girls? Come on.
Todd Golden was a creeper. Somehow got off scot-free, and now his team's in the Final Four.
Hey, what I said, the reason why I picked Florida to win, Florida's only good when they got scandal. They got just enough this year.
Wow.
They got just enough. He knew what was up. All right, man. We appreciate you guys.
Yeah, y'all have a good night. Thanks.
You have a good one. Welcome into Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Myself, Patrick Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan from Texas Longhorns on SI. On today's show, we'll get to more transfer portal news. Not a bunch of new names, but a couple, and then some updates we got going on. We'll get into that. A player coming back, a whole bunch more stuff coming on. Talk some Texas football too. Why don't we? And some Cowboys and all that good stuff. But Matt, yeah, you're not familiar with the Hawk Tua girl at all? Just a crypto.
I'm happily in a relationship. I don't want to talk about it.
It's a cultural icon now. Come on.
I know. Yes, I'm very familiar. I'm very familiar.
Look, I know her. Yeah. I know her as a media figure and podcaster. That is what I know her as, because the rest of it means nothing to me. It's just like, all right, she made a joke and somehow got famous off it. All right, I'll just keep plugging along. We'll see. We'll see how it goes.
If only we were doing Meathead of the Week this time last year.
That would have been like, oh, who's this? This will not get followed up on and immediately become a huge sensation all summer. It was a fun day across the 40 acres today. We did get some updates across college basketball. We'll start off with Tremont Mark. Tremont Mark is coming back. He's having surgery today. I still haven't heard what the surgery is. I know he had a back injury, a shoulder injury. He's had knee injuries before, but I haven't heard what this surgery is for yet. So maybe we'll hear after the surgery, after everything hopefully goes well. We want to make sure everything's good for him. No issues with Tremont Mark. You want anything bad to happen to him. And he'll be back on the Longhorns next season. This does now start to tell you how your roster is built, that you now have 3 guys in that rotation of the 2-3 that you're set. That's it. Kendall Weaver, Tremont Mark, and Dylan Swain are basically your 2-3s. And if I'm looking at what they're looking at right now, I would say be prepared for a very small lineup next season. Be prepared to be a small team next year because a lot more of the transfers that they're still talking to are not guys that are bigger. And this could be a team that is going to try and run and be quick and have speed and not necessarily size. But that is with Tremont Mark coming back, that really knocks off some of these other guys we've talked about, because this is your 3rd guy who is an okay 3-point shooter and wants to drive the bucket and can play defense, play both sides of the court. You have 3 guys now that kind of fit the same mold between him, Kendall Weaver, and Dylan Swain. All those guys basically are similar players. So it tells you more of what Sean Miller's team is probably going to look like.
Yeah, I wonder what his view on the whole Tremont Mark point guard thing will be, because that could make a difference in what we're talking about here. I don't know that Sean Miller is going to be interested in that kind of a situation. I think he'd like to go out and find a true point guard to sort of run his offense if he can. But look, it's at the end of the day, like we talked about this yesterday, there was other players out there that we would have rather had than Tremont Mark. But, at the end of the day, it's a player who is talented. He has played on some good teams. It's not doom and gloom. It's not the worst thing in the world. He's a good player. He'll help your roster in some way or another, as long as he, maybe if Sean Miller could kind of knock the I want to be the superstar play mentality out of his head, that could be a good thing. We'll see what happens. There was a couple other players who came off the board today, one of whom I really, really wanted for Texas, that it's very disappointing. And now it's kind of easy to see that they weren't really a contender for him anyway, because of the team that he committed to. So, it's a talented player. It's fine. It's good for him. He, I think people are making a little bit too big of a deal out of it, if I'm being honest. Like the whole, welcome back post from Texas is like,
I know you should have a welcome back post because he did it for Nick Cody too. And I mean, Tremont Mark is a good basketball player. I'm excited that he's back. The only non-excitement I have on it is this looks like it's the same team as last year. And I get that there's excitement around Sean Miller, but I can't imagine that team that we said was constructed very poorly is going to be like, you basically just found 3 of the same player at different levels, but they're really 3 similar guys. And that's what your roster is with Nick Cody right now. And so it's a little bit different. I'm not, the job's not done. They're still hoping to have some more people jump into the portal. I think the big worry for me is we did that last year. Last year, they waited and didn't spin big, and you missed out on guys like Brandon Garrison, which the guy was not a great player, but he was a big guy that you would have played minutes for Texas last year, a lot of minutes for Texas last year. And, you miss out on him, and you end up getting Arthur Kaluma, who's a good player, but again, didn't necessarily fit into what you really needed, which was you wanted to have a bigger guy, a 7-foot guy that could be a little bit more of a rim protector, let Caden Shedrick do some other things. And you forced Caden Shedrick into a role where he just had to sit in the post the whole time and couldn't do anything else. And it just kind of changed up what the dynamic of the team was, because there wasn't anybody else available. And when it came to Arthur Kaluma, he could have asked for $5 million. You had to pay it because you were a player short. And so I think that's kind of the worry of building all this. So you don't want to lose a Tremont Mark, because if you don't get somebody else that's better than him, it's a step down. And I know, a lot of times different is better, and you want to get somebody else. I think the conversations just need to be had. You come back another year, this still can't be your team.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think you're a skilled enough player to make your team have a run in the tournament. I don't think you may not be skilled enough by yourself to have a team that makes the tournament in the SEC, just because the SEC is so good. And, in a lot of other conferences, if he was in the Big 12, if he's still playing for Houston, he'd be a really good member of that team, because there's enough other guys that kind of do things around it. The roster construction of, well, we already have guys that do what you do, and you do it a little bit better, but are you going to need the ball in your hands to do something where we need to have a guy who's a little bit better scorer and a better ball handler and a better distributor to have the ball in their hands to get the ball out to those guys? Are you okay with that? Are you going to play both ways if that happens? Hopefully surgery's fine. He'll come back out. We also don't know. There was nagging injuries all last year. The 2 games against Arkansas still blow my mind last year. I still don't get them. There's no explanation, and I mean, other than the fact that he was playing extremely hurt in both those games, is the only explanation you have for him scoring 2 collective points against his former team. That to me is just, I can't, and I don't know Tremont Mark, so I don't know if he went home, if he went back and punched his wall and was pissed off that he couldn't do it either, or if he just went, oh, it's another game, and I don't have that gear in my head of this team didn't pay me, so I'm going to go screw them over. So I mean, I'm happy to get another man on the roster, because as of right now, there's no one on this roster. It is a very incomplete roster right now. So to get a guy who we know has the ability to play at a high level, and I expect him to play a little bit better this year. This is why you pay Sean Miller, because you expect him to be more of the alpha in the locker room and be the guy to be able to tell players to play the roles that he wants them to play. Whether that works or not at Texas, it has worked sometimes and it has not worked sometimes. There's guys that come in and it's a different world here. So, we'll see what ends up working with Tremont Mark, but at the end of the day, he's better than a lot of these guys. I know he's better than guys that are mid-major guys that kind of do similar things. I know he can play defense, which is going to be a good sign that they have 3 guys who will play defense right now. And you can say for 40 minutes a game, you should be able to have good perimeter defense now. If Kendall Weaver, Tremont Mark, and Dalen Swain can stay healthy, then you should be able to really be able to lock people down in the perimeter, but you need to get that guy inside. And so that's, it's good news. It's just as the transfer portal kind of carries on, once we get to Monday is really where you start to say, okay, we can't screw around anymore, because some of these more, and I'll go through some of the people who are off the board, some are still available that Texas is in contact with, to try and give you an idea of where Texas is at right now in their recruiting. They do have some prospects they're looking at, but those guys, none of them seem like they're going to play minutes for Texas next year. So, and I figured this out, Matt, that I'm really backwards when I look at how everybody's reporting on Texas recruiting right now for basketball. Is I am 100% backwards with all these people, that the trend that you're supposed to do is be super optimistic in the offseason. And everybody you get in, that guy's a 5-star. I mean, he's probably going to average 35 points a game. I don't know. I mean, he may be the best player in college basketball history. I don't know. He may be that guy. This is a huge signing. Everybody they've got so far is huge. And then I'm like, I don't know if that's any of those huge. And then on the flip of that, I'm the person that when we get into season, it's like, okay, I think we can win these games, because now I'm a realist and this is our roster and I'm going to accept it. And I'm going to say, this is where we need to go. And then that's the one where we get to the season and everybody goes, well, our roster's crap. What do we do? We shouldn't be playing. What are we going to do? We need to get rid of everybody and stay like, wait, we're in the season now. Now we have to be optimistic or I can't watch these games. So I'm backwards to what the trend normally is of where I'm have my worry and anxiety is, can we put together a roster that I feel is going to compete next year? Tremont Mark's a good player. He's the best player on this Texas roster as of right now.
Yeah.
But that's kind of where the worry is okay, is Tramon Mark going to continue to be the best player in this roster, or will he be the third option, which makes me feel a lot better about Texas competing deep into next season.
Well, I wonder also, are we sure that all three of these guys are going to – well, two questions. One, is Kendall Weaver for sure coming back? Has he announced it yet?
No, he's not. We have not gotten the graphic yet. Everything's pointed to it, but we have not gotten the graphic yet.
Okay. And my other question would be, are we sure that all three of these guys are going to start next year? Like, you assume that Kendall Weaver would start.
I don't know if they will. That's what I'm saying. I don't know if they will. Hopefully they won't.
Yes. So maybe it's a situation where, you know, Sean Miller looks at Kendall Weaver and he's like, he's my sixth man. He's the guy that's going to come off the bench and give me a ton of energy and a ton of defense and a ton of that kind of stuff off the bench.
I'll be honest,
in relief of a
Swain for me. I'm going to put Swain on the bench most likely, but
okay, yeah. So either one, like, you know, maybe that guy's my sixth man and these guys are a little bit more experienced, so they can come in and be my starters. And then Swain comes in off the bench and gives me a lot of energy and a lot of other things. So there's a bunch of different ways you can look at it where you could take a positive away from it. I think that your point about the recruiting and everything being backwards is absolutely like the way that most people look at it. It kind of reminds me of like, so I cover Texas A&M as well, and I always find it hilarious that when like Texas A&M gets a commitment from a 3-star recruit, like the entire beat is just like Texas A&M lands a huge commit from, you know, Milton, Texas, 3-star athlete, you know, XYZ. And like they read up these huge 600-word scouting reports on him, and like he just never sees the field. So
yeah,
you know, you and I are both more realists, I think, because we've been in this long enough where we're like, okay, let's be a little bit realistic here. But hey, there's nothing bad necessarily to take away from this. It's just not, you know, the most exciting thing in the world.
It's everything that we've said. I'm waiting for something to move the needle where I go, oh man, next year's going to be different.
Mm-hmm.
And
really, like your point about the team being the same as last year is it's kind of a little bit, you know, it's not necessarily that either. It's the same team except it's Dalen Swain instead of Trey Johnson. So that, like,
yeah, I mean, we don't have Caden Shedrick anymore. We don't have Arthur Kaluma anymore. Jordan Pope, you know, some people believe he's coming back. We've not seen if he's coming back or not. But you know, you're looking at a different lineup in, you know, no Jason Kent, no Julian Larry, no Zarek Onyema. So there's a lot of places where you just need to fill those holes anyway. And I know Nick Cody's probably going to be better than Zarek Onyema was. So you even say, at worst case scenario, that's one spot where you can say they're an improvement over something else. But yeah, you're looking at this roster and trying to figure out there's just still a lot of needs. And I understand not wanting to overpay. I understand they're in the conversation. They're in, you know, the top 4 or 5 schools for a lot of these guys right now. And it's going to come down to, you know, how many roster spots you're trying to fill. How honest are you being with these guys about, you know, if I get this guy, you know, I don't need you, you know, because they're looking at 3 or 4 more guards and you're like, how many more guards are you going to play? And I get, if you say, all right, we're playing Swain and Mark at 4 because we just can't get big men. They're too expensive. So we're not going to get them. I think that's a horrible model to try and build a competitive team. But that could be what you're looking at because, again, big men are just really, really expensive in today's game. And so, you know, there's just some players that you're just really worried about right now that I'm really worried about the big guys, that I'm just not seeing enough movement on that end, that I think they're kind of waiting to figure it out. And I don't know if they're going to end up bringing in anybody good at the big position. And it could be Cody, Clark, Vincent, and one other guy are your bigs. And then we're just going to run and gun with all these little guys. And then the other problem with this is, okay, well, that we got that, but so far we don't have the 3-point shooters either. And so, you know, like Louisville went out and got 4 3-point shooters. They got 3 guys right now that are all shooting 40% or above because they just got McNeely too.
Yeah.
And so, like, they got shooters out the butt in Louisville. It is crazy in Louisville right now. And you say, okay, well, that's great. Well, we need to get some of those shooters now because everyone does the same thing, which is a good player. You want those kind of two-way players that are decent 3-and-D players. they're not really 3-and-D, because to be 3-and-D, I think you need to be a little bit better of a three-point shooter. Also, Tremont Mark is not necessarily a spot-up guy. He likes to get the ball in his hands and try and be a scorer a little bit more. Kendall Weaver will be a spot-up guy because he just doesn't get a lot of passes. So if he's open, he'll take it and hit some down the stretch last year. I wonder how much he was, while he was injured, was he doing like the Dylan DeSue technique that we remember we saw a couple years ago when Dylan DeSue hurt his leg and he just sat in a chair and shot shots. And like it was just sitting in a chair and moving backwards, shooting and getting a motion down and sitting with the coach and just working and getting the motion so that your stroke is perfect when you go back out on the court. And it helped him a ton improve his range. So, I mean, I think that's what you're kind of looking at for these guys. If Kendall Weaver can improve that three and get it up to the high 30% range, that puts you into a new place with that. But yeah, I think we'll see a few more names go in next Monday. We'll see that last round of, big round of names. And we'll see a couple more. There will also be grad transfers that can come out at any time. Those still exist. Unfortunately, the coaching carousel has slowed down enough that you're probably not going to see any other big moves where a bunch of guys will become available because of coach moves. Now that we see that the names that are being involved in the A&M hunt right now, none of them are necessarily moving the needle that way. Which, by the way, did you see the Brian Davis tweet or report yesterday that Chris Beard called A&M?
Yeah, I wrote about that. So it was kind of what I talked about yesterday. It's the same thing Lane Kiffin does. He uses his agent to get out there and say, hey, I'm open to talking to you about this big time job or this job over here or whatever. And then Ole Miss is like, oh no, and they run and they extend him and they pay him some more money. And it's exactly the same thing Chris Beard did. Which is, like I hate to say it, but like Aggie fans, I'm sorry, it's just not a destination job. You're not going to go out and land one of these big time coaches. Like Grant, they called Grant McCaslin and he immediately said no.
Well,
and he
shockingly,
and he was the name that like all these Aggie fans on Twitter were like, oh, just go out and get Grant McCaslin. He's doing such great things at Texas Tech. It's like, well, actually, I would 100% rather have a job in Lubbock coaching that basketball team because they put so much into their program and it's such a different vibe over there. Like I would 100% rather be there than in College Station because even if you land Grant McCaslin and he comes in and does well, he's just going to go somewhere else. You're not a destination job, so stop thinking that you are.
And also, if I'm Grant McCaslin, I'd rather be in the Big 12 than the SEC.
Absolutely,
the Big 12 is still a good basketball conference. It's not a bad basketball conference, but it's not the SEC where it is a gauntlet where I have to rebuild a team and then go into this gauntlet that is so many good teams and like just loaded teams. So it's not like the Big 12 last year or 2 years ago when Texas was in there where it was like, oh, there's like every team is between 15 and 30 in the rankings. Like every team is in there. No, there's not really any big top guys. Maybe Kansas was up there, but like there wasn't anybody that was super on the top, but there was everybody right there. We have the top 5 teams and then we have like another 10 teams that are in that 15 to 30 range. So it's such a gauntlet in the SEC right now. Now that changes. That could switch within 2 to 3 years. That could all go away because a coach change or somebody just doesn't get funding and the NIL packages go back down. We saw Chris Beard find his way. We said that though. Chris Beard was the one who reached out to A&M apparently to ask them, to ask about the job and then told them no. But that's the reason A&M thought it was a done deal because they called him. They called Tech. That's why they thought it was a done deal.
Yeah, and and I'm not sitting here trying to shade A&M too much, but I think when you're looking at this team, as of right now, this might be the worst team in the SEC next year because they have to replace literally everybody, and they still don't have a coach yet. So even if you're a coach like a Chris Beard or a Grant McCaslin, and you're even like, oh, well, maybe I'm ready for a change and I want to go somewhere else. You look at that roster and where it is and where we are in the transfer portal right now, and it's really hard to see an avenue to have a successful year there next year.
Yeah, and I mean, you're
really hard.
Yeah, now you're in the back end of the transfer portal too. So you'll still have guys available, but yeah, you're going to be bringing up a lot of like mid-major guys and hoping that they work out because that's what's going to be available to you at that point. Now, I'm sure there will be enough tampering if they get a coach here in the next couple of days where there'll be some phone calls. Who wants to drop off and come here? We'll pay you big bucks. but the people that are doing that are probably not going to be the best loyal long-term guys either. That method doesn't necessarily always work great. We also saw the name, the news that Uric Malagai, the assistant coach who coached at Texas a few years ago with Chris Beard, then went and followed Jerome Tang to Kansas State, has taken a job with Texas, bringing in another experienced coach and another recruiter in Texas, which is a big piece, I think, for this group with a lot of guys that are from out of state, to bring in somebody that has a lot more ties in the Texas area. I liked him as a coach when he was here with Chris Beard. He was a really nice guy. He was very well liked, but definitely a guy you can tell was a guy that is aiming to keep climbing the ladder. So I wouldn't say he's probably going to be here that long. But if you want to look at some of the other schools he's coached at, he has been an assistant at UT Arlington, Stephen F. Austin, Houston, SMU, Texas A&M, Texas Tech, and Texas. Think he knows how to recruit in Texas.
Yeah, and that's kind of what you want, right? When you're like, Sean Miller's already filled out his coaching staff for the most part with these guys from Xavier, but now he brings in a guy who is a lot more familiar with the state, who can go into Dallas, go into Houston, talk to these 4- and 5-star recruits that, maybe some of these Xavier guys just don't have connections to get in contact with. He's experienced. He's been on teams that have had success under Chris Beard and in other places. So, yeah, I mean, it's a great move. You want to fill out your coaching staff with as many guys who know how to recruit in your home base as you possibly can, because Texas is not known necessarily for going out and landing all these big time national recruits. It just doesn't happen all the time.
Yeah.
Like Kevin Durant's an exception to that. Like there's a couple other guys in there too. For the most part, you have to win your home state. And Texas is a very talent rich state in basketball. It's not the best, but it's certainly up there when you talk about Dallas and Houston, especially. So a lot of NBA talent in those areas. So, I mean, I think it's a great hire. I don't know how many more names they're going to bring in terms of the coaching staff. This might be it. They may bring in one more guy here or there, but this is certainly a good place to start.
No, I appreciate the hire, because it is, I mentioned yesterday, you want to bring somebody in that isn't just part of that Xavier staff or somebody, a different opinion. And so this is somebody who understands what Texas is. It's not necessarily a culture shock because they've been here before, but they are going to be able to, bring in some different viewpoints and different eyes on the product when you get going and when you're building your roster. That I think is a really good thing. And he's a very likable guy and a good coach as well. Let's get into a couple names that I saw. There's only really one more name that I saw join Texas that Texas has reached out to, and it's kid Nate George out of Georgia Tech. He's a 6'3" sophomore guard. He averaged 12.3 points per game, 4.2 rebounds per game, 6.5 assists per game, and 1.1 steals per game. This is a point guard. This is one of your point guard guys. He's not an electric three-point shooter, but he's not a bad shooter either. So he's improving as his shot from his freshman to his sophomore season. He's not going to be your most athletic guy either. But I watched the film I've watched of him. I really like the way he plays because he's a really crafty point guard. And those guys tend to be really high basketball IQ guys that are able to use their body to move around, are able to time things out so everything isn't at where you get some guys that are really fast, but it just means everything's at 100%. So they're a little bit easier to time out when you're trying to block their shots or defend them. So you may worry that depending on, like, if you're going up against the Zakai Ziegler, who probably has 15 more years of eligibility, he's 32. He's probably play at Tennessee till he's 40. But you play against one of those guys who's really fast. He may have a little bit more trouble staying in front of one of those guys. But I think in the reality of it, I like him as a point guard who plays pretty good defense, understands the game of basketball, is a good passer, a good distributor, isn't going to try and do too much with the ball in his hands other than try and get guys involved, but then also can score some points too. He averages 12.3. He's also playing in a real conference in the ACC as well. So I like a lot of things about this guy. He's now in the transfer portal. So that's another name that when you talk about bringing in somebody that can actually play the point for you and give you a different style of basketball, that's what this guy can do.
Yeah, and you love the 6.3 assists per game. Like that's a big number to me right there, because you don't. Tremont Mark can kind of distribute the ball and he did a pretty good job of it at the end of the year. But you want to have a true point guard. Like that was before you sold me on the big man being the biggest need. Point guard was my number one. So first of all, good selling job by you. Congratulations. You got me. But also, point guard's right there too. So they need a guy that can come in there and quarterback the offense. And he's, like you said, he's not a bad shooter. I mean, 39.3% from three is pretty solid. Like if you leave him open, he can hit it. He's not necessarily going to come in there and nail 6 threes in a game, but he's the guy you have to respect out there. So that'll kind of change the dynamic of the offense. He doesn't
much more the Chris Paul 3-point shooter. It's not his first shot he's going to take, but if you get him in the right spot, he's in the right place, he can hit some threes and make you pay.
Yeah, and you want a guy out there who can, who you can rely on to distribute the ball, right? Who's not going to be the hero guy, who's not going to hog the ball and try and take the ball away from your big time scorer or anything like that. He's looking for that guy. He's looking for the cuts. He's looking for the open guy when he drives the basket, even when he's maybe he's trying to score, but he's also keeping his eyes open for everything else. So you really want to get that guy on the roster because right now you just don't have a true point guard at all. So yeah, absolutely 100% in on this guy.
Yeah, so I'm with him. Jakari White is the other guy who just visited Texas. I think he has another visit coming up. He's that 6'3" senior guard from North Dakota State. That is the really good 3-point shooter. He's another one that would probably be playing that 3-point position. And now this depends on your roster construction. You probably are not bringing both of them in if you're going to play bigger basketball. And you maybe can't sell Jakari White if you're also going to get somebody else to come in. Bryce Lindsey is another guard that they're going to be talking to that is, I believe, has a Zoom meeting set up for tomorrow now with Texas. So there's a couple of these guys that fall into that where it's kind of a balancing spot now with Tremont Mark coming back. We still don't know about Jordan Pope. I have not seen the official of Kendall Weaver. That to me has been the number one priority all offseason for me. And I get that it may not be for Sean Miller, but if it's me, I'm like, there's one guy I really enjoyed watching play basketball last year, and it was Kendall Weaver when he played. He's just so much fun to watch play basketball because he does everything. And I get Trey Johnson was a much better player, and it was fun to watch too. But I was all on for Kendall Weaver. So if he leaves, I'll just be very disappointed because you're like, well, now you just put in less fun guys to watch. They may have different skill sets, but I'd rather have Kendall Weaver than Tremont Mark, to be quite honest with you, just because I enjoy watching Kendall Weaver play basketball more. And so if we're going to be not great, I'll take the one I enjoy watching more. But this is so we're starting to fall into that world of the guard position is starting to get a little bit more stacked up. And that was the whole thing with Nate George. And by the way, Nate is spelled Nait. So it's a different spelling of it, but if you're looking him up, but Nate George, just the way he played, we watch so many of these films and so much film on these guys where, especially in smaller schools, they're just blowing past everybody. And that you can't really tell if that's a competition, if that's a highlight, if that's, you got the mismatch on somebody. And so you looked really, really good in that clip or not. But when you have somebody who's just playing more heady basketball, that's guys I really enjoy to watch. Now his big question is he's not probably going to play 35 minutes a game for Texas. That may be an issue where you may rotate him a little bit more. So is he okay with taking less minutes to come into Texas next season? Now, maybe you do play him 36 because maybe there isn't that other point guard you want to put in. But if you get a Jakari White and him or a Bryce Lindsey and him, he's playing less minutes. Like, you just have to rotate some of those guys. And if you get some freshmen, you might want to give them a few minutes, especially early in the season. So that's kind of where you're looking right now if you're Texas, those kind of guys. But that was another name that just watching his stuff today, reading about him, really piqued my interest. Not a guy that I think, he's not one of the guys you go, wow, that guy's a surefire home run. Like a lot of the guys Texas is not necessarily on their main top 5 teams right now, but it is still somebody that you could enjoy watching next season.
Yeah, the approach that Sean Miller seems to be taking here, like you mentioned, of the run and gun and just a lot of small, fast guys. In a sense, we've seen how that can work with Houston. The problem is none of these guys outside of Jakari White are really like 3-point shooters. So you kind of have to start landing a couple of these guys, which is why, if you're looking at these 3 names in particular, For me, the one that sort of jumps to the front just because of his ability to shoot is Jakari White. I mean, he last night it came out that Texas was in his top 5 schools that he's looking at, so that's a good thing. You want to see that. It's just, when you have 4 6'3" guys that are on the floor, that are going to be on the floor a lot, it's you start to really wonder, how would a team like that match up against a Tennessee or an Auburn or a Florida or something? I mean, I just feel like they would just get bullied.
Yeah, and I mean, because that's the deal. Is you're like, Swain is like 6'7", 6'8", depending on who you ask. Tremont Mark's like 6'5", 6'6", 6'7", depending on who you ask. Kendall Weaver is between 6'4" and 6'6", depending on who you ask. So all those guys are not small, but they're also undersized for a power forward. And so when you're running that small ball lineup that a lot of people do because they can't get the bigs, you're gonna, that's where you start to worry. Well, are you running small ball with 3 guys that are 6'6", and it's a little bit more manageable? Or are you running it with 2 guys that are under 6'4", and then a 6'5" guy, and then a 6'7" guy? Because that's a really, really small lineup to put out there. And if you're not super fast, and if you're not able to get stops, there's no more transition game. So if you're just trading buckets and you're not able to get threes, it becomes a real problem. So for Texas, I think there's just some issues. And again, we talked so much all last year about roster construction. That's why it's such a big deal now, is because you speak so much about roster construction and how it wasn't done well last year. And you're watching the roster being constructed right now, just being like, don't make the same mistakes. Don't make the same mistakes. You have to go get some bigs. And that's where we start to look at some of the bigs that they've looked at before. Some of the guys who are now off the table that we talked about. Owen Freeman, I don't know if we were ever in the running for him, but he is already at Creighton. You see Magoo McGuath. We told you yesterday he went back to San Diego State. He is off the table now. We see that Nick Davidson, the Nevada junior forward, he is now off the table at Clemson now. The big one, Henry Vasir, is still on the table. He is the guy out of Arizona that is a really good player. Everyone is right now projecting him to North Carolina. I haven't really seen too much between him and Texas in projection-wise and what people think. North Carolina has also had a couple of those guys, and they've slipped away. So this is the one that they think is their first big recruit that they're going to be able to snag. But that's where he's at right now. That it does not. I've not seen anybody projecting that he is going to be doing anything with Texas, even though they're one of the teams that reached out to him. But he was one of those guys that was a really big target because he's an Arizona guy coming from a really good school that you thought maybe could do some things. So you're starting to miss out on those. There's still guys out there. There's still definitely some bigs that you can go after out there. We can talk about.
The kid I talked about yesterday, Jaden Quaitons. He, 5-star recruit.
We've seen that. I haven't seen anything about who's contacted him yet. So I haven't
seen anything about who's contacting him, but you have to try to get involved. I mean,
yes,
I don't know if he has a no contact on or not, but even if he does, there's ways around that. So you have to try to get involved with a guy like that.
No, I agree. And I agree. You got to get involved with him. I haven't seen anything on him. That I've seen some names that he's, that there may be a couple schools that are front runners already for him. And Texas wouldn't be one of those. You'd be looking at somebody that's a little bit more, more established. If he's already got front runners, that's usually schools that are playing in the Elite Eight in the suite, or schools that are right by where he's from, those types of things that would be in your top categories for him. Reed Bailey, the kid out of Davidson, he is still available. He's, a decent player you could go get, but not a center, not necessarily a huge rim protector. There you can go get the Monty Hansberry, the 6'8" forward out of West Virginia. Juslin Bodo is still available. He's still out there. You can still go the Harlan Obioha, the kid from UNC Wilmington. He will be visiting. He has a visit set up for after the dead period with Texas. So that's somebody. That's a guy who is a former offensive lineman who's just a big boy, which you love to see, but it doesn't really mix with the rest of the lineup so far, because if you're going to play small and you're going to do that, I don't know if I get this 7', 280" kid to come out there and try and run the floor because that feels like it's going to put him out in 15, 20 minutes a game, just trying to run the court back and forth like that. There's still Mattis Vokiatitis, the 7-foot freshman out of FAU. He's still out there. Tay Davis from Notre Dame is still out there as well. So there's still names that Texas is in contact with bigs, but not enough that you feel really, really confident that they're in the right place for some of these guys. And some of them you're not thinking, I don't want more than 20 minutes out of these guys. I don't want more. So that's really where I'm at. I'm waiting for that. I think they're going to get point guard taken care of. I'm not as worried about that because they have their name in with a few of those. There's a few guys out there I think they can get. So point guard is not as big of a worry for me right now because I think they'll find somebody. But I just don't hear enough movement in anyone that's a power forward or center. And I know you got Nick Cody coming back, but I just, it's going to take me for a lot for me to believe Nick Cody is going to be the guy. And I'm still like, I don't know what you have to do, but if, I mean, who's your big name next year? Who's going to sell tickets next season? That's where I'm really, really looking at, because it always feels like you're able to sell some of this hope. And I get sometimes it's not, always there, but like even 2 years ago, Dylan Dessou came back and you felt good about Dylan Dessou. You knew what he could do. You knew what he could put up there. And I just don't know who that is on Texas roster right now.
Well, the fact of the matter is they don't have that guy. So, by the way, I just want to compliment you, Patrick. You did a great job with some of those name pronunciations. I would have absolutely butchered those. But yeah, I mean, I think you kind of have to go after the UNC Wilmington kid at this point.
Yeah.
I mean, I know he doesn't necessarily fit into the roster construction as it stands, but there's other ways you can try to rationalize and look at it. Like maybe if they bring in the Georgia Tech kid and they bring in Jakari White, for example, both maybe one or two of those guys come off the bench. Like some of these guys that were like, we don't know if they fit into the starting lineup. Well, maybe Sean Miller's looking at it from, and I'm just being kind of an optimist here and playing devil's advocate, but like maybe they're kind of looking at it as we're going to have a really deep bench and we're going to have a lot of guys we can funnel in and out that we think can do good things. And we're still going to address the big man. We're still going to address the power forward, but we want to get guys who we can rely on to come in if a Kendall Weaver gets in foul trouble or if Tremont Mark has another injury. So we have these guys that we can still put into those spots that, can still do the things that we want to do. And to be frank, as much as I'm trying to sell that right now, it also kind of concerns me because you need to have guys that can just, you still don't have your alpha scorer. You don't have your Trey Johnson or, your Isaac McNeely or your Silas Demery or a guy like that who just any given night can score 20, 25, 30 points. And that's the thing that you desperately need so badly to get people into the seats. Like as much as you want, the big man who's going to help you protect the rim and rebound, like that kind of stuff doesn't sell tickets to the average fan. Like it's the more important thing probably in the grand scheme of things. But when a guy's coming off of a college football playoff season for Texas and he's like, oh, cool, now I can go watch basketball. I get to go watch an NBA guard. He's going to look at this roster and be like, who the hell are these guys? I don't want to go to a game. So that's another reason outside of just the fact that you need him to score points and be your number one scorer. Like you have to find a way to sell tickets. And right now it seems like their main thing for selling tickets is, hey, we hired Sean Miller.
I know. And that's it is what it is. Yeah. You mentioned Silas Demery. He did commit to UConn today. So he is now off the board. But I mean, this is what to tell you, he was not looking to stay in the SEC. He was looking to go up and try and compete for a national title. And so he wasn't necessarily, unless he was going to go for a Auburn or somebody like that, it looked like he wanted to take a step up again off of Georgia onto a team he thought was going to compete more. It's more of a lateral move from Georgia to Texas at this point. Texas needs to fix that, and they need to be a better basketball school than Georgia is. I think they can get there, but they're not there right now. So we saw that. And then, a lot of other ones. Langston Love also signed, the one we talked about, the 6'5" guard out of Baylor. He has gone to Georgetown now, so he is now off your board as well. So still a lot of names that are out there on my big board of guys that Texas has at least reached out to and Texas talked to. I'm not even trying to do the research on guys that we haven't talked to because that's just a fruitless endeavor of me getting frustrated that we're not talking to guys that I like. But yeah, I'm really at the point of if we don't get two bigs, and if we don't get one big within the next 7 to 8 days. So if we're going to the Friday show next week and we don't have a big on our roster, I will be in official panic mode of we're not going to have 2 decent bigs. There just won't be 2 bigs on this team that can play basketball because we're going to be so far behind that we'll get okay players, but that means, okay, your stars are now your guards, and we're not getting a star guard either. So there will be no star guards, be no star forwards, and then mediocre centers. And that could be a problem in the SEC where you really need somebody to stand out. And that's the concern right now. You're hoping that, somebody will go in the portal after the Final Four or after, someone will jump out. One of these guys is playing on a good team. Someone in Florida will say, I'm done. I'm out of here. Somebody on Auburn, somebody like that will want to step away from the team who does have a ton of potential or, has already put up some numbers. That's your hope, that you can go steal one of those guys, or that somebody's waiting for the Final Four to be done because they want to jump their name in the portal and they just haven't done it yet. And they're waiting for that third cycle. But right now, with the names that are out there, there's some good players, and maybe you hit on one of these mid-major guys. That's always a possibility. There's those mid-major players, and maybe one of them you just hit, and that guy should have been playing at a better level, and he's going to put up 18 a night for you and become this, NBA level player overnight. But that's kind of where this Texas program is you're not getting the NBA talent. And so if you don't have NBA talent on your roster at a school that's built to need NBA talent, because you're not necessarily getting guys in every year because the money, it's going to be expected that there's more money there. It's harder and harder. You don't have a base of, Austin, Texas as a place to fertile recruiting ground where you can just keep bringing guys in and build up your program that way. It really feels like you need to get an NBA caliber player on your roster. And right now they don't really have that. They have some guys who maybe could be second round picks, maybe guys that fall in like Timmy Allen, Matt Coleman, that kind of range of guys. You're like, those guys will play in the G League and maybe they'll get a shot up in the pros, but nobody that is necessarily going to go big. And that's why you were so excited about Trey Johnson last year. But it just means that this Texas team now, it's just Sean Miller knows that. He knows what he did in Arizona. Like he understands that concept. My fear is that I'm right, that Texas was not willing to spend the money to hire Sean Miller and compete in the same year. And that's my worry, as next season has already been written off and we're not going to spend the money this year. And that's possible. And it's fine if you're trying to build up and then next year you're going to have the money and you're going to make a big splash in recruiting and a big splash in the transfer portal next season and really try and go for it, then fine. If there's a big plan about it all, but for next season, it could be rough. I'm hoping that it turns around. I'm really hoping that I eat all my words and have to come back on here in 2 weeks and be like, no, guys, I'm super excited for this roster and super excited for this team. But as of right now, it doesn't feel that way.
Can I play so remember how you mentioned, the recruits and being super optimistic about a 4-star guy who's barely a 4-star?
Yeah.
Can I play super Texas optimist right now?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
And don't kill me. I'm being a little hyperbolic, so don't kill me. Trey Johnson still hasn't declared for the NBA draft.
Oh God, guys, he's back.
It's worth noting. It's worth noting.
It's worth noting.
Maybe Sean Miller's like, I will pay you $15 million if you stay here next year.
Hey man, I've got 4 years of eligibility left too. It's all good. We have the same amount of odds of playing at Texas next season.
Probably, yeah.
Side note, you know why he came to Texas? Because his dad was friends with Rodney Terry. He's not coming back. Just FYI, that wasn't a Texas one. He didn't really want to go to Texas. His dad played for Rodney Terry at Baylor. That's why he came. So even if he comes back, I don't think he's coming back to Texas. I think he'd go somewhere else and go play. Just off the top. I think he'd go to Baylor, actually. I think he'd go play for Scott Drew for a year. If I had to project where he would go. But that's just me being a realist.
Yeah.
I know super optimistic guy and a big 5-star. Look, I'd love it if Trey Johnson wanted to come back another year. I don't see it happening. I think that may be the reason Tremont Mark came back too. Is that kid gone? All right, now I can play.
Yeah, I if I had to put betting odds on it, it would be sort of the equivalent of Georgia State winning the national title, like making the college football playoff and beating like Ohio State in the national championship. But it's not.
No,
it's still
it's
not
worse. It's
completely out
Georgia
of the realm of
State
possibility.
beating Ohio in the national championship. If we're gonna go all out on this,
But hey, who are we if we don't stay optimistic occasionally, right?
he's got what? I mean, he only played 1 year, so in NCAA rules now, he's got 14 more transfers and 36 more years of eligibility left on his. I don't understand how eligibility works, and I know every time it's explained to me, and then there's just another year that pops up on some of these guys. And Tremont Mark, I get it. I understand he had a medical red shirt and the COVID year, but the COVID year, I really thought we were done with that. I really thought we were done with the COVID year. I thought
that was 5 years ago.
That's my point. I thought we were done with it.
We
I
should be.
They're all gone. COVID year participants are all gone, and they're not. Tremont Mark is still working on that one. So it's, I don't know. But he'll be back next season. You can tell we're thrilled about him. We're thrilled about it here on Open Gym. Again, he's the best player on the team right now. I should be more excited for him. I was really excited when he came in. I just watched him last year, and what did our man say? Fanatic Perspective, I believe, said he called him werewolf because he only shows up when it's a full moon. I believe that was his line. I want to give him credit. Go follow him, Fanatic Perspective. But when he was coming on the show, but no, it's like there was too many games he completely disappeared in, and I understand the concept. Well, he was better with the ball in his hands. We shouldn't have to have him have the ball in his hands. Yeah. Like if you just bow down to every player and go, well, I know you're better if you're playing more offense, so we'll just let everybody. That it's like it's not pinball. There's one ball on the court, and we see it in the NBA constantly. The Phoenix Suns are a perfect example of that. That there's one ball and you hire 3 guys that are very ball dominant, want to have the ball in their hand guys. And I get Devin Booker can play the other way. All these guys can play without the ball in their hands, but they don't necessarily want to 82 games a year. And that's the problem for Tremont Mark. He can do it. And if you got into Sweet 16, I'm sure he would play whatever style of basketball you needed. The problem is in a game against South Carolina, where you just need some guys to show up and hit some shots and play some defense, he may not show up that day. And that was a problem last year. Maybe it's injuries. We'll put it off to, optimist here. He was hurt all last season, and he's getting it fixed now, and he's a better player than he was last year, but he was really rushing back to try and play, and he was hurt. And now he's coming back, and he's going to be a much better player for it. He just didn't match with Trey Johnson. There was no leader on the court. You can try and spin it every way I want to spin it. I'm not sure about it. I'm going to hope for the best, but I'm still I really just want to see one more name. I just want to see one name that really moves the needle for me. One name where I go, that's the reason I believe in Texas basketball in 2025, 2026. That's the reason. And I haven't seen it yet. And that's why I'm kind of on the back end of it, being the reverse Texas covering guy that will go next season. And then once we get there, I'll be like, guys, you got to be able to win with this team. And hopefully Sean Miller's got some things worked out to make him, win a couple more games. But grand scheme of things, they still got a lot of work to do. And it falls into, man, if this is the roster, if they don't hit on anybody, again, Chris Ogden is a good guy. No disrespect to Chris Ogden, but that was a huge mistake to keep him if they don't get a guy, because you should have got a GM who could go out and get you some of these guys and could have got you in the conversations for the do not contact guys and could have got you in some more conversations. That's that. Now, if he puts it together, great. Awesome. Cause I like him. So hopefully he puts it together, but if he doesn't, that's the problem.
Yeah, absolutely. I couldn't agree more. I think we're on the same page here. It's unfortunate because we're in a what have you done for me lately society, and everything needs to happen instantly, and they're taking their time. And in today's college basketball, that's just not how it works anymore. So they got to start hitting. They just have to start hitting.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's going to be a very, very rough season. And by about, I don't know, January, people are going to be like, why the hell did we hire Sean Miller? I thought he was supposed to be the best coach of all time, and you sold us on this. And it's just,
No, I'll tell you what it'll be. I can already tell you what it's going to be next season because I know it, and I know Texas fans, and I'm going to hate it. I just realized it too. Well, he's got Rodney Terry's roster.
Yeah, that too.
Oh, that's what it's going to be, isn't it? Oh, it's going to be that, isn't it?
It probably will be. Yeah.
It's still going to blame him for another year. Well, I mean, they got his roster was terrible. What he did was terrible. Not the Chris Ogden roster. The GM. Yeah. I don't know, guys. I don't know. When we come back, let's talk a little Texas football when we come back. I want to get into talking about Texas football and what they need in the transfer portal after we saw Jordan Washington going down with an injury. Hopefully nothing major there. There's reports that it's a minor injury. But it's starting to make you wonder about the playmakers on this offense and what they may need there, what they need on the defensive end as well. We'll get into that because that transfer portal is coming up here in the next week and a half, I believe. We'll get to that transfer portal opening up. So we'll start talking about that a little bit. Cowboys made a trade as well. We can get into that and get Matt's opinion on this trade. And if he thinks the Cowboys have finally figured it out and you know what? Super Bowls are ahead because Jerry Jones turned it around and he's got it figured out. And I don't know if that's what he's going to say. I'm just guessing. Plus, we got more mock drafts, and Roger Goodell's got a plan for a new professional sports league, all that and more coming up here on Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered.com.
The best sports bar in Austin, Texas, USA, America is Cover 3. They've got everything you're looking for in a great sports bar. TVs everywhere, so there's not a bad seat in the house, and they've got the right games on. You're not going to have to ask the bartenders, the waitresses, the waiters for the game that you want to watch. They know the games that you want to watch, and the food. My goodness, that's what separates Cover 3 from the other sports bars out there. An upscale menu with tons of great items. You got to try the Sean Adams prime rib sandwich. They've got the filet mignon. They've got the fish tacos. Of course, all of the sports bar classics like wings and nachos as well. Great burgers, great salads. I'm telling you, something for everyone. Of course, the full bar happy hour prices, the weekend brunch. You got to check them out. Anderson Lane, Round Rock, and San Antonio. And, of course, Cover 2, 183 and Lake Creek. It's Cover 3, dining, spirits, sports.
Hi, I'm Dan Covert with my wife Hayden. Welcome to Cover BK.
Our newest location in the gorgeous Hill Country includes Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram, and hundreds of pre-owned and certified vehicles for you to choose from. We have 3 service departments that are ready to take care of your car, truck, or SUV with 86 service bays to accommodate any repair and get you in and out quickly. Come visit us today to select the vehicle you've been dreaming about.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Shout out to Leaf Landscape Supply, a full service and wholesale and retail plant nursery and landscape supplier here in the ATX. They have 2 terrific locations. Y'all should check both of them out. If you're up north, hit up the one on Pond Springs Road. If you're down south, hit up the one off Monterey Oaks and 290. If you're looking for large quantities of supplies to fulfill any landscaping job, trendy house plants, a collection of specialty plants and rare plants, Leaf Landscape Supplies, your one-stop shop for everything you need. Go to their website at leaflandscapesupply.com so you can check it out before you get there what you want. And when you do get there and you're in the checkout line, let them know your boy Zay Collier put you on, the boys at Texas Sports Unfiltered, and you get 10% off. 10% off, can't beat that at Leaf Landscape Supply.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations.
I got this, Dad. This is Camilla McKay, and my dad can help with any TV or stereo needs you have around your house. Just call him, and he will come to you with advice and a great price. And the guys that work for him are awesome. They can install anything, anywhere. So, like my dad says, just relax and smile. We handle all the work.
So just give us a call at 255-8678 or on the web at avconsultations.com.
Back on Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Myself, Patrick Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan of Texas Longhorns on SI. Let's get into a little talk about the Texas Longhorns football team. If you guys want to join the conversation, chat's open, text line's open. Always love to have you guys as the third host here on Open Gym. If if you've got any takes on what the Longhorns need to find and what you think is the most important need for Texas in that transfer portal. We talked some yesterday, Matt, about the Texans and the Cowboys and what they needed to get in there. But let's talk about the Longhorns now. And I feel like this list has some similarities, because what is the number one need once again for this Texas team? My number one need once again is wide receiver. We see that they have, with the injury to Ryan Wingo now, you're going to get some guys banged up. Isaiah Bond got banged up last year and wasn't able to come in. And, there's going to be plenty of wide receivers out there in this transfer portal. There's always some money out there for those guys. But that feels to me like this is a Texas team that has a lot of young guys. You feel good about who's on this roster. You feel good building forward, but it feels like there's 1 year that Texas just needed one more year to kind of gap and bridge over before you start to get to the Khalil Lockett and Jamie French and Parker Livingstone and all those guys you really hope to get into that next level there. I think you needed one more year. Jonte Cook was supposed to be part of that, and it kind of fell apart last season, and everything that happens, he's no longer on the team. He was supposed to be part of that bridge. And so now to replace that, you probably need to get one or two guys that you feel really good about putting in the circle of trust.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't agree more. If you're looking at the roster just in the face of it, it's like, wow, this is a really talented group. They should compete for a national championship. But then one guy goes down with an injury at one position and it changes everything. Yeah. DeAndre Moore and Ryan Wingo are going to be back next season. So like, let's put that out there. They're fine. They're not long-term injuries, but I mean, last season, Ryan Wingo got injured, before the game against Vanderbilt. He was able to play, but like, that's the kind of thing that anything can happen at any time. And you can't have like especially at the receiver position, when you're in a Steve Sarkisian offense, you can't have a short cupboard of talent. So I think they absolutely have to go out and get at least one guy, maybe even two. You don't want to have to rely, as talented as Jamie French and Khalil Lockett are, you don't want to have to rely on those guys to have the same kind of impact that Ryan Wingo had last year, because it's just the odds of that happening are just not great.
Yeah.
I know that last season, we saw these outstanding freshman receivers like Wingo and Jeremiah Smith and Ryan Williams, and like the odds of that happening again are very slim. So you need to go out and get at least one, probably two guys who can help, fill out that depth. And they're maybe not a star. You don't have to go get a star necessarily, but a guy you can rely on.
You just got to go out and get like two or three more Matt Goldens. That's all you got to do.
Exactly. And then also, like, and while I agree that receiver is probably the biggest need, also tight end is right there too. Because look, going into the season, we were already a little skeptical about the position because it's just a bunch of young guys trying to fight for the starting spot, and it seemed like Jordan Washington had the edge of the starting job. But if he gets hurt during the season, or if he's just not quite ready, even when he does get back, you need to there might not be a more important position in the offense in terms of skill position players for Steve Sarkisian than tight end.
No, I agree.
Because
so
he
I'll go
needs
back
them to do so many different things, like blocking, catching, all these different things. Like it's a critical position. He's talked about it multiple times. So I feel like they absolutely have to go out and get somebody.
No, and so I'll go back to, by the way, Ryan Wingo looked really good, but we never saw him even close to what the amount of reps and amount of catches that a number one wide receiver has to have. And he got knocked off the field a couple of times. I get, so did Xavier Worthy, so did a lot of guys. But I'm not saying that 100% Ryan Wingo is automatically, a top wide receiver in the SEC, because we just haven't seen it yet. He has every possibility to be. I don't know if there's anybody who is a more believable fit to do that, but we just haven't seen him be able to go out and do that. And he'll only be a sophomore next year, a true sophomore. So it's again, to get a couple of guys with a little bit more experience in there, really important, just so if Ryan Wingo does get a little banged up in a game, or if he's having an off game and, drops two passes in a game, you have some other guys that you can aim for other than just DeAndre Moore, who we know DeAndre Moore is really talented. We know he's going to be part of it, and his connection with Arch is going to be really good too. But the more options you have, the better. And that also goes into the tight end position as well. We saw ESPN put out that Shannon Spencer, they have really high hopes for him. I don't know if that's somebody that's boots on the ground in Austin that necessarily has the same high hopes for Shannon Spencer. I think people like him because he has a 6'7" frame, and there's a lot of upside, and you hope that you're able to develop him like you develop Gunnar Helm. But you got to remember, they developed Gunnar Helm over a much longer period of time. And Gunnar Helm was there from the beginning of the Sark era to now to build and continue to push and work and get better and better. And so Shannon Spencer could get there, but I don't know if he's going to be there right now. And that's where you look. And Jordan Washington falls into that. Jordan Washington probably a more talented player naturally than Shannon Spencer is, but he's had some injuries. He has not had the time to progress the way you wanted him to. So you're not sure if he's going to be able to get into the position that you want him to be able to be in, to be able to be, again, like Sark is very, very big about the circle of trust and very, very big on guys that he knows he can throw the ball to and are not only going to run the right routes to not put his quarterback in a bad position where the quarterback's thrown to a spot and no one knows where that spot is except for Sark and the quarterback. And the tight end is somewhere completely different. And, he just misran off the route because he came off a block. And like at the tight end position, you talk about coming off a block and a guy moves you 2 yards over. Well, your route's the same route. You're just now out of position because you bumped the guy at the line and you slid off because you're bumping a defensive end, not a cornerback, and they're just a little bit bigger. And so you bump it and then you release, but now you're 2 yards off of where the ball is, and now a safety's coming down on top of you, and that ball's 2 yards away from you. It's an easy interception, or you don't trust somebody because they put their hands on it but don't finish catches and just knock balls up in the air. Those types of things Sark hates. And it'll very easily not necessarily even put you out of the game, but it'll take away your targets for sure. And so for Texas, they need to find a guy that he feels he can put in that circle of trust. Gunnar Helm got in it really quickly last year. I mean, by the Michigan game, he was already looking pretty good, and that was your second game of the season. So you felt pretty good about Gunnar Helm for most of the season in that circle of trust. But we know when Sark first came in, it wasn't a lot of guys. He went out and got JT Sanders, and Sanders fell into that. But it was really Sanders and Xavier Worthy and Jordan Whittington were kind of in it. And that was about it in his circle of trust in that second season. And so, it's expanded and he's gotten more and more guys in it, but Silas Bolden never got into it last year. And that was one where he just never felt comfortable trusting Silas Bolden to be in the right spot at the right time. And so he made great catches, but he just wasn't in the right spot at the right time. And Sark is a quarterback. So he's going to take the quarterback side on this argument almost every single time. And so for a young tight end, if you're not doing exactly what the quarterback wants and you're doing what a tight end coach wants, you may not be able to get those passes. So I think that one and wide receiver are probably your top two to get you those playmakers that can take an offense that some people are saying is possibly one of the most loaded offenses. Some people are saying it's going to be better than last year. I think that's more hate on Quinn necessarily, or maybe it's just super amount of arch hype that they say this offense is going to be better, but it could be. It very easily could be because Arch adds different elements into the game. But right now you don't have the skill players around Arch Manning to make me believe that it's a better offense.
Yeah, I'm not even sold that Arch is going to be better than Quinn next year. I mean, I know that puts me in the minority because everybody thought that Arch should have started every game last year. And he does different things well. He's better with his legs. He probably throws a better deep ball. He's a better athlete, all those kinds of things. And that's great. But the difference is Quinn knew where everybody was supposed to be all the time, every single play of the game, no matter what. And with Arch, you're going to have so many new faces that it's going to be almost impossible to have that same kind of rapport that Quinn had last year with a Gunnar Helm and with all these different guys. Is it impossible? No. Arch is an incredible talent. There's a reason he was the number one recruit of all time at quarterback. And I'm not trying to discount him in any way, shape, or form. I think he's going to be tremendous, but you got to help him out as much as you can. And the best way to help a quarterback out is to get him a tight end he can rely on every single situation. When a play breaks down, there's a tight end. When it's 3rd and 6, there's a tight end. There's my guy. That's what Gunnar Helm was. That's what JT Sanders was. But people also have to remember as well, JT Sanders came in and it took him 2 years to get to a point where he was actually a legitimate star tight end player. And Spencer Shannon and Jordan Washington are just entering their second year with the program, and neither of them have the sophomore playing experience that JT Sanders had, and they're not the athletes that JT Sanders was. So where they go look in the portal, I'm not sure. It's going to be entirely dependent on who ends up being out there. I don't know the name off the top of my head who's in there right now who I could say, okay, go get them. But you have to find someone.
There's a kid from Stanford who just jumped in because they hired a new coach. So Stanford's already in, but the portal doesn't actually open up until mid-April because it's only like a week or a week and a half for football. I have to look back up again. So it's a shorter one for the April football one, but it's post the spring when the spring game would have been, which, by the way, Cooper brought up the spring game one that for whatever reason, it just didn't occur to me in that sense of, the transfer portal for kids in the spring game, which Cooper was like, yeah, you don't want to have the spring game because if someone realizes they're fourth string, they're transferring automatic. Like it doesn't matter. So it wasn't so much other people scouting your players as your own players realizing where they are in the depth chart and jumping into the portal in the spring game. Which I was like, yeah, that makes a way better point than some of the other ones I've heard out there. Hair of the dog, I'm assuming you're just trying to troll us. Just going to assume you're trying to troll us with that statement. But this is the reality of Arch Manning too. This is the biggest thing for me about what people believe of next season is how many interceptions does Arch throw? Because Quinn Ewers threw a bunch early and then started to tone it down a bunch. And the reason why he was trusted to do a lot of things later on is because he didn't really throw interceptions. And when he did, they usually weren't his fault. He didn't necessarily make really bad decisions anymore. Arch is much more of a gunslinger, or at least he looked like it early on. And he made some throws in games where if he was playing a better team, they would have been picks. Say, all right, I knew you were trolling us.
I was about to go on a TED Talk here.
That's why I saw your face, Matt, and I thought, I know Hair of the Dog likes to troll us a little bit, so we didn't go into it. But no, but like we see that Quinn, got really good about that. Arch he's forced some passes before. If he does that a few times, does the playbook tighten back up for Sark? Because you're not pulling Arch clearly, but you do tighten up the playbook, and that's what he did to Quinn Ewers. Was let's take away some of these options for you. Let's take away things. If they set up this defense, here's where you go. We're not getting you through 3 or 4 progressions anymore. You got 1 or 2 and run, or you got 1 or 2 and put it or throw it out of bounds. Like, I don't care. You lost the ability to pick and choose because you're turning the ball over, and that is the biggest sin in the Sark offense is turning the ball over. And so I think that's the question with Arch is early on, especially early on in SEC play, when he starts to play with players that he has never played at that level at. The only time he's done it is in scrimmages at Texas. But he has never in high school played against that level of competition. He's never really sat and have a Georgia defensive line. I mean, I guess he did last year for a little bit, but you don't normally have, really talented defensive linemen coming after him. And then, like Florida is a school where they just have a ton of talent and you play at Florida and that team's going to be coming after you. And then you're going to have to get the ball off and they may have a ball hawk safety out there who's going to come down and pick you off if you're trying to force it while you're taking a step and you're trying to run and throw at the same time. Those types of things happen. And you see how much he shrinks that playbook up on Arch. And then it just means now you're talking about you don't have a tight end, so you don't have that valve that you really want to have for a young quarterback. And then talk about this offense, if they're going to be able to progress and be bigger. I'm with you. I still think Arch will be a better player than Quinn Ewers is. He just doesn't have the experience, and experience is a very, very valuable thing in college football. And so I think he will be better than Quinn Ewers, but I don't know if he is right now because we haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, I think he's going to be quite better than Quinn too. I'm not trying to say that he's not in any way, shape, or form. So I don't want any of our listeners to feel that way. But it's just, it's the same thing as like, when Vince left. I mean, it's not the same thing, but like, actually, it is the same thing. So when Vince came in, everybody thought, "Oh my God, he's going to be the god of Texas football," and it took him 2 years to get there. It's going to take Arch a little bit of time to get there. Now, we did see him force some things last year against ULM. He threw 2 picks. So, that's an indicator right there that he wants to hit the big play. And obviously, Sark talked with him about that. And then the very next week against Mississippi State, he came out and went 26 of 31 for 325, 2 scores, no picks. So, Like he takes coaching very well. So I'm not concerned about that. It's just, it is different because yes, he started an SEC game last year, but it was against Mississippi State. It's not the same thing. It's going into Athens next year, or going into the Swamp next year, or one of these other, like going to Ohio State next season. Even though Ohio State's not going to be the same team, like that's going to be a very tough game. And the last thing that Patrick, so help me God, if Arch comes out and goes 16 of 30 and throws 1 touchdown and 2 picks against Ohio State, and I see one person on a message board go, "Oh, he's ass. He's overrated. He's never gonna be an SEC starter. What are we doing? How do we bring this guy in? He's just a Manning. He's only a Manning. It's just because of his name, all that stuff." Like, I can see it right now, Patrick. I can see it because the Texas fans did the exact same thing to Quinn Ewers, and all he did was win the conference championship, get them to 2 college football playoffs.
Now, question: what if he does that exact same stat line, and then someone comes up and says, "See, this is why you should have played over Quinn all last year"? You also lose your mind on. So if he has like a 16-21, an interception, and 1 touchdown, and he just has an okay game, would you then be like? And then they come out and they go, "Yeah, see, he won the game. He should have been starting over Quinn all last year," because there's that audience too. That's.
I mean, both are equally ridiculous. So, and that's the thing. It's like. You're doing a good job. And that's the thing that drives me crazy is like, there's no legitimate reason to put so much pressure on a starting quarterback that has done absolutely nothing for you yet. Like, everybody just needs to kind of relax and let this thing play out. Like, I know that they want Arch Manning to be this superstar, #1 draft pick, Heisman winner in his first year as a starter, but like the odds are it's not going to happen. Like, I don't care how good he is. The odds that he's going to come in and just set college football on fire are very, very low. And the fact that we're sitting here talking about the fact that he has 1 #1 receiver, unproven tight ends, unproven offensive line. Like, the only thing that's proven that he has are CJ Baxter and Contravian Wisner and Ryan Wingo and DeAndre Moore. That's pretty much it. And he needs more than that if he's going to be successful. And until they go out and fill these needs on offense, everybody just needs to kind of pull it back a little bit.
No, dude.
Calm down.
Greatest offensive, it'll be better than the Rams offense, man. It'll be better than the greatest show on turf. Yeah, for sure. Who's Marshall?
Sure.
Who's that guy? All right. So look at who else on this offense. Where are you at on running back? Do you feel they should try and get somebody else in there? We've got reports now that Christian is looking really, really good, that he's coming back from injury, and you keep seeing positive reports about him. We know Jarrett Gibson should have another year in the system to get him ready. Trey Wisner is a hell of a backup running back right now. CJ Baxter, we're not quite sure what he's going to be coming off of injury, but we believe big things coming from CJ Baxter as well. Do you say they should go get another guy, or is that too many guys in the running back room? Or after last season, they should get 16, 17 more running backs and just be on the safe side?
Had they not signed Ricky Stewart and James Simon, I might say that they need to go out and get somebody. But right now, I think CJ Baxter is going to be one of the best running backs in the SEC next season. I will put my foot down and say he's going to be one of the best running backs in the SEC next season. I'm very confident about that. So then you got Trey Wisner behind him, you got Jarrett Gibson behind him, and you got the 2 really, really good freshmen behind him that, even if just one of those guys is ready to play, now you're 4 deep at the position. And even if you have a game where CJ Baxter, turns an ankle, or Trey Wisner, gets a stinger or whatever, you can have another guy out there that'll be pretty solid. And you're losing Jaden Blue, which hurts because you don't necessarily have the lightning back anymore that you had last year. All these guys are, like, for the most part, the top 3 guys with Baxter and Wisner and Gibson are all kind of the same running back in a sense. Like, they're more between the tackles, really tough guys. I mean, don't get me wrong, they can explode for big plays, but they're more suited for in between the tackles, hard-nosed running. So if you do that, I would say go get somebody who's, like, you're not going to find a guy that's as fast as Jaden Blue anywhere probably, but like go get a guy who's like similar style.
Yeah, someone
right?
you could use in the screen game pretty well.
Mhm.
That can fly out there pretty quick, catch a pass, and then take off down the sideline. Yeah, I'm with you on that. That sounds like if you're going to get somebody, get the guy that fills the role, not necessarily just another running back. You have to get the
Mhm.
right type of guy. So I'm with you on that. I like that. Any offensive lineman, or you just if you find a good young one that's in there, might as well bring him in. But other than that,
I would say that if you're going to find somebody, it would have to be a younger guy, unless you just really don't feel good about a Brandon Baker. Like, I know they feel really good about Trevor Gooseby, and Brandon Baker is supposed to be a phenomenal tackle. He's just still very young, and he didn't play a whole lot last year. So unless you're sold on him being an every down guy, every game starter, I like maybe you could sort of rationalize bringing in a more experienced right tackle to put even behind him. But I as much a turnover as there is on the offensive line, I still feel pretty good about it because I think they have a lot of talent there and they like what they have. And I'll tell you this, the things that I've heard about Neto Umeozulu at left guard and the way that he plays the game, I'm getting really excited about him. If he puts it all together and he, knows where he's supposed to be all the time and knows the playbook and everything and knows his assignments, he could be a real impact guy at left guard. So I feel pretty good, especially about the interior.
yeah, I'd say if you get like a sophomore, maybe that's transferring, that's got 2-3 more years of eligibility, then you go, okay, I feel good about bringing this guy in to, maybe bolster us a little bit if we have injury issues this year, but for the main part, build him for the next couple of years and try and go that way. I think that's pretty much the only way you go there. Let's go over to that defense. What is your number one need in the defensive end?
I feel really good about the edges.
Yeah.
As good as I felt about the edges in a long time at Texas, as a matter of fact.
That's very true. Yes.
I feel really good about the linebackers. Ty Anthony Smith and Anthony Hill and Leon Galafau are it's going to be a real dynamic three linebackers.
And Trey Moore is now moved to linebacker. He's listed as a linebacker now. So
yeah, Trey Moore there too. So I feel really good about that. I'm a little bit less excited about the corner spot.
Yeah.
You lose Gavin Holmes, you lose Jahdae Barron. Manny Muhammad's going to be there, but outside of that, you don't really know what you have. Like, you hope Kobe Black can be something, and you feel really good about Kobe Black, but is he ready to take that next step? They have a lot of young talent there, but I feel like last year they brought in 2 experienced guys in the transfer portal with Gavin Holmes and the guy from the West Coast who never ended up playing. But the idea was there, right?
Yeah.
So I would say corner. And then, they got 3 defensive tackles in the transfer portal, and they got the 2 young guys in Alex January and the 5-star recruit that they signed.
Justice Terry?
Justice Terry, yeah. So they've got those guys, but I would like to see one more maybe in there just in case, break glass, in case of emergency. Like a Jermaine Lele came in late, and he ended up being a difference maker. So that would be the other position. I feel pretty good about safety. I feel really good about safety, actually, with Michael Taff and Derek Williams and Jelani McDonald and Xavier Filsame and those kinds of guys. But, for me, the one that really, really sticks out is corner.
Yeah, I think that, and especially now that Dwayne Akina is there, I think you let him kind of be part of it too and say, is there some guys that you feel you want to bring in? I think that with a change in coach now and a change in what, everybody in that room, that's a position where I'd say let Dwayne Akina spend a little bit of money and get a guy or 2 to fill out that edge room, that cornerback room just a little bit more. Because the edges you feel really good about. The edge you're over, like you had to move Trey Moore off of the edge room because of how deep that room is right now. And in all reality, if you do have a bunch of injuries, Trey Moore just goes back to being on the line, lining up on the line. He knows how to do it. So you're in a good position there. That linebacker room with Trey Moore going back to it, there's a bunch of talent in there as well. And I'm with you on the safeties as well. And you keep hearing good things about Jordan Rubel as well.
Mm-hmm.
That there's a lot that Jordan Johnson Rubel, that you keep hearing good reports about him as well. So you feel like there's a lot of guys that take a step up in that safety room. So yeah, for me, it's about the cornerback. And then once you get down to that defensive tackle position, they brought in a ton of guys already, but it doesn't feel like any of them are the guy. Now we didn't, Alfred Collins and Vernon Broughton last year, I think we knew, like Alfred Collins especially, we knew the potential was there, right? We knew the potential possibility. However, we weren't sure about it. I don't know about the potential possibility of anybody here being a, day 2 pick in the NFL draft. And that's kind of what the expectation is. So if you were able to find somebody in the transfer portal that is better in your mind than everybody who's there, then I really like you going after them. If it's somebody that fills a need, how Bill Norton and Jermaine Lole did when they came in, and just some big dudes to fill that out, so you can rotate that position a ton. And that's the reality, is you want to rotate that position as much as you can early in the season, and whoever earns their playing time earns their playing time. And you rotated 4 to 5, 6 guys in that position last year, because Lole and Norton played plenty along with Alfred Collins and Vernon Broughton, and then you even put some more guys in there. It's a long season. Those big guys get banged up. So I think you want to be 6 deep, and you're 6 deep right now with Justice Terry, with Melvin Hills. You're 6 deep, but if you put a 7th there, you feel a little bit better in case there are some injuries, or in case you can find that one guy that you really feel confident putting in there. And you just want to have as much competition in that room as humanly possible, because competition will only make it better.
Right. And one of the things we saw last year as well is, like, so the year before you had Trevondre Sweat and you had Byron Murphy, and then you had Vernon Broughton and Alfred Collins, and they were such a dynamic, group of 4 that you could rotate in and out, mix and match, do whatever you wanted to do with them. This year, they don't really have these guys coming back that they know they can rely on to at least fill a certain role, right?
Yeah.
They have guys who they're confident in their future, like a Alex January or a Melvin Hills, but we don't know what those guys are going to do, or if they're even actually ready for the big time yet. And then you bring in a Travis Shaw, and you bring in a Hero Canoe, and the guy from Purdue whose name escapes me. I really need to get better about these names. I promise.
Cole
guys, I
Brevard.
will. Yeah, Cole Brevard. Like, those guys are good players, but there's not really a guy at defensive tackle who you can point at and be like, he's our number 1 guy. He's our alpha dog. He's going to.
No, because I think if you look at that room right now, you look at Justice Terry and you're like, he will be our number 1 guy. And that's as good as you get on that. And you may look at Alex January and say, this is your chance to take the room. Everybody was here last year, thinks you should be able to take this room. And there's some guys maybe ahead of you, but go take the room then. And prove that you should be there. But yeah, there is nobody. You're 100% right. There is nobody that you look at right now. And maybe during practices, they're starting to get the edge on that. And I think if you don't see a defensive tackle get picked up in the portal, that means they really like what they see at practice. They really like what they're seeing in the spring with some of these guys. If you don't see them go after somebody, and if you see them get 2, they don't like what they see at all.
Yeah. And look, Alex January has the potential to be that guy. I really think he does. I think they really like him a lot. But it still really hurts that, and I know that he didn't play a whole lot last year, and there was some issues, with him and the coaching staff at certain points. But it's still, like, at this point, it really hurts that you lost Sadir Mitchell.
Yeah,
because he was a guy. He was huge. He when he came in and started actually playing some legitimate snaps, he made a difference. So you would have loved to see him, get another year in the system, but here we are, and we're talking about the same sort of, issues that you had going into last offseason with the defensive tackle spot, and you had to bring in so many new guys, and then at a certain point that might catch up to them. And unless Travis Shaw and Cole Brevard and Hero Canoe all hit, then it's going to be really difficult to feel good about it. And that's such an important part of the defense for Texas. Like, they've hung their hat on stopping the run the last couple of years. And right now it's hard to see the guys in that room that can do that right now, like, consistently.
And that was the other deal is, Justice Terry is an incoming freshman. Melvin Hills is a redshirt freshman, or he'll be a redshirt sophomore this year. Alex January will be a junior this year, I believe. So, like, you have some guys that have had a little bit of time in the system, but not enough. So they're just going to have to start figuring it out as they go. I'm sorry, Alex January will be a sophomore this year, and Melvin Hills will be a redshirt freshman this year. So guys have a little bit of time to build, but you feel like last year you had seniors and coming in and seniors, and now you don't really have that. You don't have the guys with any experience left on this roster. So even if Alex January and Melvin Hills and Justice Terry are all going to be great in 2027, 2028. That's great, but who's going to be great in 2026? And that's where you got to figure that one out. If it is Travis Shaw or Cole Brevard or Hero Canoe, those are the guys you want to figure out there. And then we'll just go to special teams. Do you think they should go after a kicker?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not.
Yes, I think they absolutely need to go after a kicker. They need to put Bert Auburn in a shoebox and ship him to the East Coast or something. Like I do not have any confidence in that whatsoever. I think Bert Auburn's a great kid, but there's a couple positions in football where if you get what they call in baseball the yips.
Yep.
There's a couple of positions in football where if you get the yips, then I have zero confidence you're ever going to come out of it. Kicker and quarterback. And they're two wildly different positions, but they're so based on precision that I have zero confidence there.
No, I'm with you. And I think they get somebody. I've said this before. If Texas does not get a kicker in this transfer portal, then you can never tell me that Sark has tampered with anybody ever before, because there's almost no way that there's not a kicker in the portal that's better that they feel they need to go after. Somebody will be in there. Someone will go after it. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a kicker that jumps in the portal and calls Texas. And you know what I mean? That will just pick up the phone and be like, hey man, I watched the playoffs last year. I watched you sit a kicker in the playoffs. Like in a super important game, you didn't have a kicker. So I'd love to come in and do it. So yeah, we like Bert Auburn, and you can give scholarships to everybody now. So Bert can keep his scholarship, let him get his degree, have a good time, or ship him off and let him in at the portal and let him go somewhere else and try and figure it out somewhere else. But we all like Bert Auburn. It's run its time.
Have you seen those flowing locks?
It is we like him. We're trying not to murder him. And it feels like last year he put a lot of rage in a lot of people's heart. And so for his own safety, he might not want to be the kicker for Texas this year.
Yeah, if you lose an SEC championship game for them again, the fans are not going to be thrilled to see you on campus.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just watched the Astros really screw up a play. We'll go over. That's why we got Texas, what we think they're going to be looking for in the transfer portal. That'll open up soon enough for Texas football. I believe mid or end of the month is when that one opens up. It's right after when the spring game would have been. Is right. So right at the end of spring training is when that transfer portal will open up. Let's talk before we get to this break. Let's talk a little bit about the Cowboys. A little Jerry Jones conversation always. Bring Jerry back into it because there's never enough Jerry talk. Don't knock stuff over about it. I mean, come on. But the Cowboys make a trade. They trade a 5th-round pick for Joe Milton, the backup quarterback for the Patriots, and a 7th-round pick from the Patriots. But they have made their trade, bringing in Joe Milton as a new backup quarterback. Cooper Rush is gone. He is in Baltimore now, backing up Lamar Jackson. They need to get another guy. I believe that this is a move of the quarterbacks they liked in the draft, and they could still draft somebody, by the way. They still could, but it's less likely now. But the quarterbacks that they liked in the draft were not going to be available to them when they wanted to draft a quarterback, which by this pick would be 4th or 5th round. So it appears that they were at a point where they thought Quinn Ewers is going to be gone. We like Quinn Ewers. We like, maybe a couple of these other guys, but they're not going to be there in the 4th round we're picking. So we need to go ahead and get a quarterback, or else the value goes up after the draft, and we didn't draft anybody. Now it's even harder to find a backup quarterback. We know that there's been injury issues, so they go out and get a Joe Milton. He has not played a ton of football at the pro level. Out of college, he was a 6th-round pick. He had some injury issues, but he was also a guy that was, played a long time and played 6 years of college ball, I believe, and never progressed to the rate where you want him to be. Cannon for an arm. Cannon. Absolute cannon for an arm. However, he just didn't necessarily aim it well a lot. The ball was in different places. He doesn't necessarily, we talk about Quinn Ewers as a cannon for an arm, but he throws a very catchable ball. That's not the case for Milton always. So, a lot of people are worried about it, but at the NFL level, he's played in one game. He played against the Bills last year in one game on January 5th. He played against the Bills when Drake May was down. He went 22 of 29, which is well over what his average used to be. He had 241 yards. That's a 76% completion percentage, 8.3 yards average there. He threw for a touchdown and no interceptions. No sacks allowed as well. I think he had a 16-yard run in that game as well. Really good game for him in this one game he played against the Buffalo Bills. The Bills secondary was not great last year, but at still the same point, he had a really good game. But it's one game. You're not technically giving up. You're giving up a compensatory 5th-round pick too. So it's not even your regular 5th-round pick. It's a compensatory one. You're getting a pick in the 7th round. So you're not losing a pick. You move down 46 spots, I believe. If I'm wrong on that, correct me, Matt. But I think you move 46 spots down to go get your quarterback. I don't hate the move. I would prefer they have a better backup quarterback, but I don't hate the move of a logistical move to take one of your draft needs off the board without giving up a pick, just moving further down so you can address other needs. This is the type of thing the Cowboys should do more and more of. So I'm not mad at them because I believe they should be doing these types of things. However, the flip of that is it's also, I'm not really sold on Joe Milton being an NFL quarterback. So on both sides of it, there's somewhat of an edge where I go, look, I'm happy you did these types of things. You didn't give up too much. You didn't overpay for him. You know, it was a 6th-round pick last year, and yes, you gave up a 5th, but you got a 7th back. It's a compensatory 5th, so it's almost a 6th-round pick anyway. So in all reality, you didn't really overpay for him. But I want to get Matt's take as a Cowboys fan and someone who covers the Cowboys. Are you okay with this because it's logistically a smart move, or does Joe Milton just not do anything for you?
Well, I'll say this. When I first saw the trade come through, I didn't see that there was a 7th-round pick attached to it initially. So when I saw it, I was like, oh, that's a waste of a pick.
I agree.
Like
it wasn't a pick coming back. I agree.
Yeah. But when you really sit down and kind of break it down and all those kinds of things, I think it makes a lot of sense. And here's why. Number one, if you're looking at the Cowboys, they needed a backup. They go out and they basically give up nothing to get a guy who is super talented. And I know that he's
arm talent,
not a starter. He might have the best arm talent in the NFL. And I'm not being hyperbolic when I say that. Like in terms of velocity, there might not be a guy who throws a better ball. And like it's incredible. He's gone viral for some of the throws that he's made. They're ridiculous. The problem is he's never really been able to put it all together, like you mentioned. Now, here's where I kind of sit with this. I think that it sort of makes the Cowboys draft strategy a lot different in the sense that they don't necessarily feel the need to reach for a quarterback, which is good. You don't want to see them reach for anything with all the needs that they have to fill. Like, you don't have to go up and say, on day 2 of the NFL draft in round 2, like, oh no, we still haven't found our backup. Let's go reach for, Kyle McCord or whatever, because Quinn Ewers just came off the board or something like that. So, like, in that sense, it's good. I've seen a lot of stories written today about how this is like some seismic major move that the Cowboys have made. It's just like, it's not that. But he's a guy who, like, you have 3 years of control over him.
Yep.
So he's not going to, be a waste of a transaction. Like, he's going to leave next year or do something like that. Like, he's got the tools, and you're kind of betting that Dak Prescott stays healthy, which is always kind of a risk. But he's got the tools. You can mold him into what you want. You're working with a guy with Brian Schottenheimer, who has had a lot of success with quarterbacks in the past. So when you look at it from like a kind of a macro perspective, I think it's a net positive. It's hard for me to get as excited about it as some of these other people that I'm seeing are making this out to be the move of the offseason for the Cowboys or something. It's like, yeah, it's good. Like, he's a very talented player, and there was a reason that he was drafted, and like, he did really good things in the preseason for New England. He had that game against Buffalo where he was really good, but there's also a reason they were so open to just shipping him off for a compensatory pick. It's like, we're fine. We don't need him.
No, and I think they understood the concept. For them, I don't necessarily get why the Patriots. I get somewhat of it. because there's two parts of it. They said they had a better offer on the table, but they did this trade to respect Joe Milton because he's a Cowboys fan. That's where he wanted to go. So he grew up being a Cowboys fan. So you feel sorry for Joe Milton anyway. But he's going to be, he gets to play for his team. He's somebody, and Jerry loves that too. Jerry loves a guy who's going to come in and, and want to wear the star on his helmet. So there's that going for him. But for the Patriots, I get you signed Josh Dobbs. You got Drake May, so you don't need another young quarterback. You prefer to have someone that's a little bit more proven behind him, that knows a little bit more, can come in and just play a regular game for you and not have to worry. Like, we put Joe Milton out after Drake May goes down, you get a little bit more worried about it. I think, though, you probably should have tried to trade him to get an actual pick back out of him as opposed to moving up, because you didn't get an extra pick. You just moved up 46 spots. So it's not really, you didn't do much in it. I would have tried to at least been like, I'm not giving you the 7th. I just want the 5th, or I just want a 6. I just want a pick. I just want to say, give me a do-over on that. A mulligan. Let me mulligan that pick. Give me another 6-rounder and I'll take him. But you know what? This is the credit for this Cowboys staff. They did the right thing. They held out. They didn't make the move. Apparently, this has been discussed for a while, and I'm sure that the conversation was, give us a 6 and we'll give it to you. No, we'll give you a 5th and you give us a 7th. And whatever the rules around that are, or whatever the conversation was, the Cowboys did not want to give up a full pick to go get him. So I'll hats off to that. But yeah, it's not a move that's necessarily going to change the world. He's a backup quarterback. You wanted to have one in there that you trust. You may still go get another one because you can carry 3 on your roster. You can go out and get somebody that if someone slides that you really like, if a Quinn Ewers does fall to day 3, you may go after him again. If one of your guys falls to day 3, you may go after him. But I thought it was a good move, and I'll give Jerry his flowers on the things that he does that I think he does well, and Steven, that they do them, and they made a solid decision to not get stuck, because the Cowboys often try to win the draft, and so they get more caught up in winning the draft than they do about filling needs sometimes. And so they'll wait. And so last year, not taking a running back was, instead of saying this is a dire need we need to address and we need to either trade up or get something, they didn't move up. They don't get it. All the running backs get taken before them. And now they sit and say, well, we can't reach on a running back now, even though we probably should, because we already screwed up once. We'll compound it by not reaching to get the best player available. Even if we don't really need that position, we'll go get a better edge, and we'll get somebody in there. We'll get Marshawn Kneeland, who's a good player, but we don't necessarily need him. And, we already got edges. We feel good about our edges. So I think that there's times they've done that where they try and make the right pick, but not the right pick for the Cowboys, to try and make it seem like they have the better one. I saw that Deuce Vaughn clip going around again, and people have a different viewpoint on it now, but I'll tell you exactly what I said the day after the draft when I went on the air, and this is no shot at Deuce Vaughn, but the only reason he was drafted by the Cowboys right there was because there was cameras in the room, and Jerry wanted a viral clip to put online of him doing that. That's the only reason he was drafted there. That's it. End of story. Now, was he worthy of making an NFL roster? Yes. But he was drafted by the Cowboys because there was cameras in the room. And that's the reason why Jerry Jones is always kind of the issue for the Cowboys, is because he will always kind of try and make these things happen during the draft. And that's why, we talked yesterday, it could behoove them to move down in the first round. But is Jerry Jones really going to not get that valuable time on ESPN and on NFL Network and wherever else they're airing the draft, that he's going to sit there and really ham it up and have all the cameras in there where they show the draft room and him saying, well, guys, what do you think? I really like this guy over. He's a really good offensive lineman. That Kelvin Banks, he knows how to block down there in Texas. But how about over here? We could go, he wants to have that. And he knows if he moves out of the first round or moves back in the first round, he won't get that full attention he gets at number 12. And that's what you worry about Jerry Jones in these situations.
Yeah, and I will say about the Joe Milton thing too. I don't think that he was their first choice either. I think that, I did see a report that they wanted Jacoby Brissett, and then they ended up losing out on him. So, I can see what they're doing, right? Yeah. They wanted the experienced backup who they could rely on. Jacoby Brissett's been arguably, and I'm not being hyperbolic when I say this, he's been arguably the best backup quarterback in the NFL for like the last few years. Like
Yeah,
he's right
he's been
there.
up there. He's in the rankings of it. Yeah.
Yeah. So I can see what they're trying to do. I agree that they could still go after somebody, but it kind of, to me, what this kind of reads as is they're just going to go into next year with this group of quarterbacks, and they're going to start really looking at the position a lot harder next year when there's more depth at the quarterback spot. Like, are they going to get Arch? No, but like they're going to, try and go out and get one of these guys who will be a second-round quarterback next year, who they feel better about than, the guys that are in the second and third round this year. I'm giving them a lot of credit when I say that, that I'm not comfortable giving them, because they have not earned that, but that's the way that I'm choosing to look at it.
Yeah.
But I totally agree with you on the draft stuff. Like, everything that they do is about, clicks and cameras and marketability and those kinds of things. And like, when the years where they've had their best drafts, it's when they haven't done that. Like, they trade back for a Travis Frederick, or they take a Zach Martin instead of Johnny Manziel. And those are the picks that pay off down the road. And they're not trading up for, like, yeah, Zeke was good for 3 years or 4 years or whatever, but they traded up and now they're in the position they're in at running back because, like, they are inept at doing those kinds of things. And, they take a good story chance on a Jalen Smith and those kinds of things. So you're absolutely right.
Was the Mozzie Smith one where they sat in the room and he basically talked Mike McCarthy out of an offensive player? Mike McCarthy just sat there and took it because
I believe so.
That Dan Quinn was like, "No, I want a defender." And Mike McCarthy's like, "Whatever y'all say."
Yeah, I think Dan Quinn was like banging his hand on the table for
like,
Mozzie
we need
Smith
somebody. We need to get a defensive tackle. And so we want Mozzie Smith. And Mike McCarthy went, "Cool, whatever." And now, I just remember that one where you see it and you're like, "I don't know about this." And then history will tell you that one did not pan out. But you know what? Why don't we get to our meathead of the day before we take this break, since it ties into this story and who falls into someone who's dumber than Jerry Jones today. Possibly the worst take on this today is our meathead of the day. If we can pull this one up.
Honest, man, listen, if Dak Prescott has a postseason like he's always had, going to that next year, right? Dak, find a realtor, because Joe Milton got talent, he can play. And I'll say this, y'all laugh and all that. I've seen other quarterbacks get paid a lot of money and they move on from it, right?
We've seen it happen.
Okay, so
we've seen it happen. Hey, that's breaking news for the Dallas Cowboys. Hey, when we were...
Yeah, Dak Prescott, find a realtor. Now, he did say, if you lose in the playoffs again, find a realtor. I don't think that's the case still. I mean, that is the worst take on this I've seen so far, is that Joe Milton will supplant Dak Prescott in 1 year. I do not think that's the case. I do not think Joe Milton is necessarily a starter in the NFL. He is he's got a ton of arm talent. He had one really good game for the Patriots last year, and not even like super great, but a good game for the Patriots last year. But other than that, I don't know if I'm going to give him too much. If I can go off of what he did at Tennessee in the 6 years he spent at Tennessee, or the 6 years he spent in college and the last years at Tennessee, I would not say he's a starting quarterback in the NFL. Now, maybe he'll get better. Maybe the Patriots taught him everything they know, and he's all better now.
That was LaShawn McCoy, right?
Yes.
Okay.
He is the worst.
So,
he's the worst.
Yeah. Yeah. Maybe LaShawn McCoy should go get a job in the mid 2000s Raiders front office, because ostensibly he's not the same guy. So like, don't jump on me, chat, for saying this, but the reason that Joe Milton even got drafted was for the same reasons that Jamarcus Russell got drafted. He's just this big physical specimen who can launch the ball 100,000 yards down the field. And to say that a guy who never really had that much success in college was a backup last year to a pretty average rookie quarterback in Drake May, who I think is going to be very good, but was pretty average last year, to think that he's going to supplant like one of the, I hate calling Dak a top 10 quarterback, but the fact of the matter is just the stats say that he's a top 10 quarterback. So I have to kind of roll with it as much as it pains me. Like, to say that he's going to supplant a guy who has made multiple Pro Bowls and led a team to a playoffs multiple times and won multiple division championships, get out of here. Like, that is ridiculous.
To say that the Patriots let a guy walk away for moving up 46 spots in a draft at the end of the draft, a compensatory 5th-round pick, didn't even get a new pick, had to give up a 7th in that to get rid of this guy, that they believe, from what they've seen in practice, that it feels that this guy's not good enough to be a backup in the NFL to them, because they went out and signed somebody else they felt was better. They went out and basically gave him away and said, we'll move it. Yeah, sure. We can't release him because then we'll owe him more money, but we'll let him go and play where he wants to play. Y'all have fun with this. It feels a little bit like it's better than the Trey Lance deal because they're not giving up as much, but it feels like the same thing of, yeah, there's a reason why it's at Goodwill. There's a reason why it's there.
Exactly.
I can't believe this record player I got at Goodwill skips and then just beats it. Really? Why do you think someone gave it away? Because it doesn't hold the value.
And if you think that Joe Milton is a starting quarterback in the NFL and you think that he's better than Dak Prescott in a year, then why don't you come out and say the same thing about Josh Dobbs? Because that's the guy that New England got rid of or got to get rid of Milton for.
Yes. No.
So are you going to say that Josh Dobbs is better than Dak too? I mean, I'm not a fan of Dak, but like, show your work, buddy.
Is Dak in those commercials like with Colt McCoy and Case Keenum? Josh Dobbs, he's not in the backup quarterback commercials. No, he's in the stupid Sleep Number commercials.
Okay, so like, what did our math teachers always tell us on our tests when we were growing up? Show your work, right? LaShawn, show your work. Tell me why he's better. Tell me the realistic argument why he's going to be better than Dak.
No, he's just got drawings on there. It's just stick figures with big boobs. That's all he's drawing on his paper. Well, the prep work. It's just drawing stick figures. All right, well, let's take a quick break. A word from our sponsors. We'll come back and wrap it up. We'll talk about if you guys got anything else you want to hit. We may also set up. I want to get it set up of what movies we're going to start watching for our movie midweek movie reviews that we'll start doing, and our movie club we'll be doing with all you guys. And then also Roger Goodell announced that he's got people lined up for a professional sports league that he wants to start. And we'll discuss if this is a real viable thing in America in 2025. I don't think it is, but we'll get about it when we come back here on an open gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Hi, I'm Hayden Covert. Welcome to Covert Buick GMC of Bee Cave, your home in the Hill Country for new and pre-owned Buick and GMC vehicles. With beautiful inventory arriving daily, including the GMC Yukon, Sierra 1500, and Buick Enclave, you'll be certain to find the perfect vehicle at an incredible deal. Our service department is also open for all your vehicle maintenance needs. Visit us today for a test drive. Covert, born and raised in Austin. We are professional grade.
Altstadt Beer, the best beer that you can find all throughout the great state of Texas. Y'all know I've been a fan of Altstadt for years now, and if you try it, I think you will be too. If you've already tried it, you know exactly what I am talking about. Altstadt is brewed locally in Fredericksburg, but available all over the state of Texas. So if you're tuned in Austin, San Antonio, Dallas, Houston, it does not matter. You can find Altstadt at a local grocery store or liquor store. They've got a bunch of different brews, something for every beer drinker out there. The lager, the Kolsch, those are their two flagship beers, both award winners. They are fantastic. The Altstadt Light sacrifices on calories but does not sacrifice on the taste. They've got great pills, tons of great seasonals as well. I'm telling you, one sip and you won't go back to the other beers you've been drinking in the past. It is the official beer of BK. It should be the official beer of you as well. It's Altstadt Beer. No impurities, no regrets.
Hi, this is Tom McKay with Audiovisual Consultations. Today's home electronics can be a bit daunting. My company has spent the last 36 years making sure they are not. For those of you who have not experienced our services yet, we'd like to invite you to give us a try for all your home electronics needs. We carry all the major brands of televisions and stereo equipment at prices you can't find in stores. And we come to you. There's no need to leave your home to find great pricing and incomparable service. No traffic, inexperienced sales geeks, or pushy showroom tactics. We believe in having some fun and dreaming big. You have a dream for your home entertainment? Let us know. We can make it come true. And we are always there to help after the job is done. We cultivate clients for a lifetime by treating everyone like their family. No, not those family members. I'm talking about the ones you actually like. So relax, hug your kids, make love to your wife, and smile. Then, when you have a moment, give us a call at 255-8678. That's 512-255-8678. Or online at avconsultations.com.
Back here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered, wrapping it up. Did you see Case Keenum has got a new home, the backup quarterback, since we talked about him in that ad campaign with Josh Dobbs and Colt McCoy. Case Keenum heading to Chicago. Going to be the backup quarterback there to help out a little bit with Caleb Williams. I wonder if he's got like the same role as he did in Houston, which is you're not the backup. We don't really need you to play because they like Tyler Badgett, right? I think they re-signed him, that backup quarterback that came out of nowhere and was like the first ever small school guy to start in his rookie season in the NFL. But he's apparently still on the roster. So maybe it is more of a mentorship thing for Caleb Williams to help him out a little bit. But a 1-year, $3 million deal for Case Keenum. He's always a good guy. He's done well in the NFL.
Yeah, I think they're just probably bringing him in to have in the room. Like you said, the mentorship, like kind of another coach in there, as opposed to, him actually seeing some playing time outside, like barring some sort of disaster.
Exactly. Let's get into why don't we talk about the league that Roger Goodell has said he's got owners ready. We talked about this a little bit the other day about the why the NFL is all about flag football. And flag football is going to be part of the Olympic Games in LA. That is partially because of the NFL trying to push for it to be. And the NFL has a lot of money, so they got it put in as a game. But there is now talk that the NFL could open up their own flag football pro league and actually have professional flag football. This sounds awful. This sounds terrible. I don't get why. Like, the Pro Bowl is flag football, and it has the best players in football in it, and it's unwatchable with jokes being cracked and everything else. Seeing adults play flag football seriously is going to be a culture shock at the Olympics, no matter what. But to add in and just be like, no, flag football is a real thing. Like, no, it's not. Flag football is what kids do. It's fun when kids do it, but when you get older, it's not as much fun because it's just football without hitting at all. And nobody wants football without hitting at all. No, nobody wants this. This is the worst type of football. Well, it's just speedy guys. Oh, okay. Can we get somebody that's like a big guy? No, big guys can't play. Only little tiny speedy shifty guys. Or like Silas Bolden would probably be amazing at flag football.
Oh yeah. So who was the one on this show the other day who was like bring back the violence and the hitting of football?
I'm aware.
That was me.
I'm aware. I'm not saying you don't have to take their heads off. I mean, we all like watching it, but I'll just go back and watch 1980s football and watch roided up guys try and murder other people on the field. I can go back and watch that. But don't you take away hitting, just like you can't even wrap a guy up anymore. Because I don't think you should have legal hits that are not, going to give you brain damage. Those should be in the game 100%. And
so
and
I
have
a problem with like youth football going to flag football too early right now. So imagine how I feel about a professional flag football league. I'm so against this. I think it's going to be an absolute flop if they do it. I don't know who you could get to play in the league in the first place. Like, most of the guys who don't get drafted are already going to go to the UFL. So
this is what I would think it would be. In all reality, it is at least co-ed, possibly a female flag football league would be my only thing that I think makes any sense of it. And it's still not good, but I think it's a more realistic idea of it. Now it is going to be in the flag, but this is the reason. It's because the only reason they're pushing flag football is so mothers will let their sons play football, because mothers love football now because it's a sport they played. So now they love football in general. and then they will let their kids play flag or touch football or actual football when you get into middle school and high school. And then those guys can go on, and then you have more and more people play the game. More and more people play the game. It means you have more and more people that are available to play, and it also means more and more people that love the game of football spend a ton of money on the game of football.
Yeah, I totally agree. There's some good ideas there. If there's one guy who's not going to tune in to watch this, I don't care if it's men or women playing. I will not watch it.
You mean everybody's not going to tune in? If the UFL cannot get ratings, and the UFL, no one is going to the games. And Arena, I've called indoor football league when the Austin Turf Cats. I did color commentary with my guy Snoop, and we had to walk up the whole flight of stairs to do it. And you come back from halftime and trying to call a game. All right, oh my God, I'm gonna die. They're going coming out of the game, and they would give you lineups, and then you look at them, and they weren't the same guys on the sheet they gave you that's on the field for the other team. It was awful. But that is like I can't. There's no way this is actually going to work out. But they're going to try and push it. They're going to try and make it a thing, and I don't get it. I don't get it.
Godspeed, Roger.
All right. Well, we'll wrap it up. I'll tell you what. Think about overnight. If you guys got suggestions for movies, I think we're going to go with sports movies. But if you have a way that you want us to select the sports movies, let us know. You can hit us up on social media as well. I'm at It's Patrick Davis. You can find him at Matt Galatzan as well on social media. Is an easy way to get a hold of us on there. Your name is a little bit easier to get on social media. Patrick Davis, pretty common name, hard to get on social media. But we will. But send that in to us, and we'll pick a movie out tomorrow that we can do. A Buns and basketball game. I don't know what a Buns and basketball game is. You'd save that one for tomorrow. Let me know, or tell me online what a Buns and basketball game is. I'm not aware. Not aware.
Me either.
I love basketball. I've called basketball games before too. They're a lot harder to call, but I always do color commentary because I don't want to be a play-by-play guy. Not trying to remember all those names and pronounce names, not my forte. We got to take off. We'll be back tomorrow. Get you ready for the weekend. Get you ready for the big women's Final Four game as well. All that coming up tomorrow on Open Gym. But until then, for myself and Matt Galatzan, be kind, be safe, keep your underwear clean. We'll see you right back here tomorrow for more Open Gym.